what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometime, well, you might just find that you're what you need. Ah, yeah. Yeah. So, I went to the Chelsea drugstore to get your prescription filled. I was standing in line with your friend Jimmy. A man, did he look pretty ill? We decided that we would have a soda. My favorite flavor is cherry red. I sung my song to my friend Mr. Jimmy, and he said one word to me, and that was dead. I said that you can't always get what you want, honey, and you cannot always get the man that you want, and you cannot always get the man that you want. But if you try sometime, it just might find, it just might find, get you what you need. Yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Now, hit me.
Yo, what is good, my friends? What up, chat? Sorry for being late. I wanted to try and switch up the vibes today. Good morning, my friends. I wanted to see, you know, like, is it possible I was just starting too early? You know, I think maybe, you know, I was sitting at the screen staring for too long, you know. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me find your chat. I want to pop you out here, get you loaded up. Good morning, my friends. I'm a little depressed because London lost, or England lost, but I'm going to be honest. I'm also pretty happy because if they won and I didn't bet on them, I would have been pissed. All right, let's see. Chat. There you are. What is good, my friends? What is good? Money day, baby. Money day. Money day. Dude, I am so ready. This is basically like a lock. Us having a great day is essentially the equivalent to a minus 900 lock. Well, France didn't do so well last time we had a lock, but good morning, my friends. I hope everybody is doing well. London was pretty depressing last night, guys, to be honest. Everyone, like, we lost. You know what I mean? And we lost in a pretty depressing fashion, I'm going to be honest. It wasn't like a fun loss. It was a pretty brutal one. It was sick to experience that here, but we got cooked. Good morning, chat. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for dealing with me being a little bit late. I'm excited. I want to have a good day. Been stuck too much in my head lately. So today, we're just having fun. I'm ready to trade well, ready to run some giveaways, ready to run the vibes high, man. The vibes are high. Great. I heard about some news. There's some news we'll talk about. There's some payments going out from Alpha Futures that makes me substantially happier. I will not be one of those people receiving a payout, unfortunately, just due to timing. We'll talk about that. But it's a great news overall because if traders are getting paid, it just makes me less stressed, bro. It makes me less stressed. So good morning, guys. I hope everybody is doing great today. Oh, banger song. All right, guys. But before we go too deep into the custom playlist, as soon as I do that, I'm going to get copyright banned. I don't want, or copyright strikes, whatever, which I just don't want that to happen, 3 minutes into the stream. So we got to go the AI old school playlist. Turn it down. My Stranger Things playlist, I call it personally. And let's get cooking, man. Let's get into it. Let's get cooking. Let's get into it. My first question is, My first question is, guys, who broke the market? Who did this? Identify yourself. Identify yourself. We have been extremely weak overnight, and this is quite a move down. This ain't no joke. This is some real sell side, and I believe I saw MU. The stock is down 30% or something like that. No, that can't be right. That's not 30%, is it? Who said it was down 30%? Maybe it's down 30% from the highs. All right, it's down 8%. Overnight, though. That's pretty crazy, too. Or it was down 8. Was that yesterday? Goodness gracious. Well, guys, we're seeing volatility, all right? And that excites me personally. I like this. And I'm just wondering... I'm wondering what's the best looking stonk of the day. Boom. Well, let's see. First of all, my friends, let me ask you all, how are you feeling on the day? How are we feeling? Good. Chat, I don't even want to know if you're bullish or bearish. I just want to start the day by learning how you doing, bro? Slash sis. Are we feeling good or are we feeling tough? We feeling good or we feeling tough? Because I've made the executive decision lately. If your answer is not feeling good, you're not allowed to trade today. And I am actually going to speak that for you. I'm going to make that decision for you. If you're not feeling electric, you're not allowed to trade today. That's Jake's decision. All right. I think that I'm using a leader experience there to say that I'm allowed to call that. Holy gold. What the heliante? Holy gold. Gold has continued to be a nice short, guys. This is going to be our short watch of the day for sure. It is pretty extended. I mean, it just sold off 100 points or 80 points, 70 points. So it's extended to the downside. So I wouldn't mind letting it consolidate or cook back up first, but that's going to be Jake's initial thoughts to start the day, guys. By the way, good morning to the chat. I love you guys so much. So my first initial thoughts, guys, I'm definitely just structurally bearish on gold as of now. The hard part is that we've sold off a lot before the market opens. So to catch that move with the market open is a little bit different now. That being said, I can't look at this daily chart and be bullish. There's a chance we rally up like a motherfucker and sweep these lows and do all that. But even if that's the case, guys, even if by chance gold wants to put in some crazy failure to go lower and then start to rip and rally, I think that's not my favorite long anyways, right? So for me, I'm going to be keeping an eye out on gold as a relative weakness short. And that's kind of my thoughts for now on gold. NQ, man, there's no doubt, guys, that this is bearish overnight action. There's no doubt this is bearish overnight action, but in theory, this is a spot where the market could hold. And I'll be honest with you, this is the real thing I'm thinking. And this might bite me in the ass, but this is just Jake's initial thoughts. I got to give you Jake's initial thoughts straight up, man. I got to give you Jake's initial thoughts straight up. All right. Which is the last several days, we've been like reversing the pre-market action. So we've had this strong move up yesterday. And then rather than getting that continuation, we just sold off to the downside. Today, it kind of feels like the opposite. It kind of feels like we sold off pre-market. And then once the market opens, we're just holding these lower levels and we're going to rally. So I'm very, the opening print rule is going to be crucial to me today. I would call it do or die on the day. You need to be, for me, I like need. It's not a want, it's a need. I would say in order for me to trade the NQ well, I would want to trade it very specifically. Yeah, I would want us above the opening print. So that's going to be a make or break for me on the Nasdaq today is, are we above the opening print, right? Are we above the opening print? So good morning, my friends. How's everybody doing today? Guys, who's ready to have a fun fucking day? I'm going to Amsterdam tomorrow. I'm super excited. And, oh, I like the ES too, man. This thing has just been strong lately. Oh, I'm hyped, guys. I'm hyped. Let's see how this daily chart looks. It's so funny. I went through such a fucking headache on ES yesterday. Not even. It wasn't even really that much of a headache. But it's so funny. Like, look at the thought I had yesterday, right? Which is July. And I'm never one to, like, make excuses for market conditions because I don't think that's, like, a thing, really. I think it's more often than not, it's just you taking a trade that might have worked. It might have failed. It's, like, part of life. That being said, this is the most July shit ever. I take a couple of longs that I really love. I really enjoy. And I get stopped, ultimately for us to just go nowhere, guys. The daily candle closed absurdly bullish yesterday on ES. It closed as bullish as it possibly could be. It's almost like we're just like, ha, you suckers who stabbed in early in the day. Haha, fuck you, you suck. And then the market rallied without. So I thought that was hilarious. Just July action. It comes as a reminder. Guys, at least for me, historically, this always proves to be a tougher month. Yeah. So my rule of thumb is no tilt alert, no major tilts alert. That's the main priority. I felt pretty good about that lately, but that's the priority for me. Stay alive. Ooh, the YM looks real good, guys. Oh, yeah. The YM is going to the top of the list on Jake's initial thoughts. We've got an inside bar yesterday. The only question is, does the YM want to break its inside bar today? But above this high, oh, buddy. Oh, buddy, this looks fan-fucking-tastic. It would be, and the daily chart setup would just be long above the inside bar, break high, stop below the inside bar, break low. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we rally all the way to all-time highs today. But, oh, she looks damn good. She looks damn good. That looks very, very pretty. It's just basically the question, the bet you'd be asking today is you'd be saying, does the YM, has it gone through enough consolidation, right? Is it worthwhile of getting that follow through and breakout? I think it looks pretty damn good, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it looks pretty fucking good, to be totally blunt. So that's gonna be a real consideration for the day. Yeah, man, I would have even, like, you could have told me you did this. You could have told me that you took an entry about 50 points ago. You're targeting the upper level. It looks good, and I'd be willing to try a few different stabs on the YM today. Give it its fair shake. Chat, You know what time it is. Good morning, my friends. We got to throw our favorite song in the background here. We got to throw our favorite song on. Little Best Day Ever by Mac Miller. For those of you that are new here, guys, every single day, 9:15 a.m. Eastern, 6:15 a.m. Pacific, 2:15 London Standard Time, wherever you might be in the world, every day about 15 minutes before market open, we like to throw this song on in the background, and it's intentional. All right? The song is titled Best Day Ever. Guys, we want to have the best day ever. And that doesn't necessarily mean making $1 million trading. It means following your rules, being disciplined, not being too emotionally rattled by a win or a loss, right? Just emotional stability. And it all starts with having the best day ever. But the other reason we listen to this song is just to remind ourselves, guys, how happy that little kid is. And for me, it acts as a reminder that trading is not life or death, right? So I'm going to sit back, relax, enjoy this song as I go through and finish my analysis. And I need to grab a water bottle really quickly. So please bear with me, chat. Oh, good morning, my friends. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning to the chat. Good morning to the chat. Good morning. All right, guys, let's go through here. Jake's initial thoughts. Again, GC is bearish on the daily. But we're going to let it rally or consolidate. NQ has some bearish action overnight, but this is a spot that could hold. So I'm not opposed to longs in the NQ as well. Song wasn't playing on my computer, but it was playing largely in the background there. Bearish overnight action, but the YM is actually my favorite index. Gonna wait for nothing, and I just ain't your style. Good morning, my friends. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, thank you so much for humoring me and listening to my favorite song with me, chat. Helps get me in the right mindset. And I'm damn ready to have a great trading day. Hold on, guys. I'm finding something very important here. Guys, today's quote of the day is very simple. All right. Today's quote of the day comes from an episode of The Walking Dead I was watching last night.
Here's a little refresher.
Wait. Where's the music? There we go. Oh, this is going to have music playing in the background. Anyways.
On who the hell I am. I wear a leather jacket, I have Lucille, and my nutsack is made of steel.
That's how I feel today, guys. It's been a not so fun week, but I have Lucille. My nutsack is made of steel. I'm ready to come back so strong for the day. I'm very excited. It's going to be a good day. Let's get down to business. I'm very, very hyped. And I thought that line was hilarious. This video didn't do it justice, but it really, one of the best lines in a TV show I've ever seen. All right, my friends. So let's do one last, well, we got about 10 minutes till the open here. We got about 10 minutes till the open. Let me cover this up. Do one final recap, yeah, on Jake's initial thoughts, guys, just to kind of summarize here and make sure that we all know the game plan well, right? I am looking for GC if we need a short. This is still the one, I think. I think that you could ultimately target this kind of spike low, let it consolidate, let it maybe try to go higher first. But if we need a short, if we need one, I'm hard-pressed to see how this daily chart on the GC is not the best-looking one. It just looks like the best available short to me, right? So that's what I'm keeping my eye out for in there. In the Nasdaq, it's a little bit of a mixed bag because the overnight action was bearish, but we're doing this same kind of thing we've done a lot recently where we pre-market gap one direction or the other and then totally fade it once they open. So similar to yesterday where we had the strength in the gap up that failed aggressively, I'm wondering if this weakness in gap down might fail aggressively and we might just be range bound. That being said, a very firm rule for me today is the opening print. Whatever way we trade, I am going to want the opening print to be on my side and with my friend, right? And with me, right? So that's one of the things I'm watching for. The YM is crazy strong, like crazy strong. The only reason that I could see that the YM does not move up today is that it just ends up spending the day consolidating. And if that's the case, that just makes tomorrow's potential long even better. But this is definitely a top watch for me. And I'm excited, guys. I'm excited. Think we'll get some fun action. ES, I'm actually not as interested today as I am with some of the others. I think I like NQ a bit more, but we'll see. ES is, she's bae. She's bae. She always deserves some love. She always deserves to be kind of taken care of nicely. So, yeah. Good morning, my friends. Good morning. Let's have ourselves a damn good day, baby. Sorry, that was loud. Sorry. Alrighty. Good morning, chat. I hope everybody's doing great. I am hyped, man. It's a rare day where I'm like actually eager to I'm excited to trade. The last few days I feel like I haven't been excited to trade, The love of the game hasn't been there as much. The love of the game feels like it's here today, baby. The love of the game. All right, guys, pause 1 second. Let me get this loaded up. I gotta log out, log in. We once again are attacking the goddamn Lucid Curse today. All right. I've got a funded account with them. Funded, not evaluation. Funded. And we're attacking that goddamn Lucid Curse. All right. We're attacking that Lucid Curse like we've never fucking attacked it. All right. We're chasing it. All right, there we go. We're pursuing it. We're on the hunt of greatness, guys. No more, no less. All right? All right, chat. Real quick. Guys, I saw about 23% of you said that you're not feeling great today. You're feeling tough. I might recommend just taking a step away. I might just recommend taking a step away if you're not feeling tough. What's the quote of the day? Disco says. That's a fair question. I might have rushed that a little bit, but let me get that loaded up, guys, because it's important. It's important. But the quote of the day today did come from a fictional character. It is the Negan quote, but it's I believe to be extremely valid. 1 second, let me get this document loaded. You might be like, Jake, why are you picking a quote from a TV show? Don't doubt the system, okay? We've got a system, guys. We've got a system. Quote of the day. You guys don't know what Lucille is, but it's important just for the rhyming. I have Lucille, and my nutsack is made of steel. I am not dying until I am good and ready. And I think this is super applicative to trading, guys. I think this is super applicative to trading. You got to get back on that horse. I have Lucille. My nutsack is made of steel. Okay? I am not dying until I'm good and ready. Have I had a few losing trading days in a row? Yeah. I've also had a variety of, like, I ain't holding it against myself, dog. I ain't holding it against myself. All right? What's the vibes coming on stream today? I have Lucille. My nutsack is made of steel. I'm not dying until I'm good and ready. And guess what? I'm not good and ready. I'm not good and ready. I'm good and ready to keep going. All right? Oh, good morning, my friend. Seriously, though. No, I know it is kind of a funny quote, but I did think it was just so perfect for how I wanted to feel coming into today. It was, the start of the quote is, let me give you a refresher on who I am. I have Lucille, and my nutsack is made of steel. I feel very firmly about this, guys. This quote was made for me. I was meant to watch this shit last night. I was meant to see that last night. So I'm eager, guys. I'm excited. I think we'll have a fun trading day. My goal is to be patient. My goal is to be disciplined. My goal is to have fun with it. And my goal is to just get a dub, bro. Get a dub. Got to stick to the same thought processes of who I am. I can't go changing who I am now and start taking negative R trades or anything like that. I just got to be who I am, baby. And as a reminder for those of you out there of who I am, let me give you a refresher. I have Lucille. My nutsack is made of steel, and I'm not dying until I'm good and ready. And I am not good and ready. All right, my friends? I am not ready. So let's see. What can we get today? Gold with a nice rally back. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Even if gold, for whatever reason, just it has this failure to go lower and strong rally back type of day, this is not my long, guys. This is not my type of long. We have been consolidating in a pretty bearish action. We might be getting a little intraday strength here. But this is not my type of long. So the only thing I'm watching on the GC today is, do we offer that short? Again, I'm not going to force feed it. We're far enough away from the low now that the opening print would be a requirement. Yeah, I feel excited to sit back and see what we can get. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it, my friends. We got YM on the left. Gonna throw the NQ on the right. And let's just absolutely crush it today. Good morning, my friends. JD VWAP, Conwalls, Corey, my brother, Simon, Praga, SSI, Jeff, Ellis. Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you, Ellis. I'm waiting until normally around 9:35 is when I have my peak audience. So I'm waiting but dude, I'm not proud of it. Hand up, not proud of it. Yesterday was the second day. I do not trade off these streams, guys. I'm telling you. I really do not, because it just doesn't make sense. Win, lose, or draw, I'd rather just show you everything. And I might as well clock stream hours. Yesterday, I fucking pressed that button a little bit. I withdrew all my World Cup money. We'll talk about it. I withdrew all my World Cup money, which I'm happy about. But then I ended up effectively donating that money to Lucid. So that's not the most fun outcome. But hey, Lucid, if you're out there watching, congratulations, guys. You did extremely well on the World Cup betting. So shout out to you. All right, good morning, my friends. Markets are open. We are seeing strong moves up to start the day. I am not going to sprint my way in and rush my way in to a long here. I'm going to be patient and disciplined. But it does appear that we're starting off kind of with the same thought process and movement as the last few days. Really strong moves out of the open. So one area to keep an eye on, guys, is the YM just over this pink line. The YM on top of the pink line is a daily chart inside bar break, right? So over that pink line, it's not my favorite because I usually prefer to buy pullbacks rather than breakouts, but over this pink line is a daily chart trigger. Let's see. Yeah, guys, I'm not like fiending for a gold short right now. I just think that broadly speaking, it's one of the weaker names on the board. But I will say, this isn't screaming short unless it drifts down from here. Opening print rule is very firm today, my friends. Very firm on the opening print rule. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Good morning, everybody. Let's see what we can get. Thank you for attending the stream, gang. Patience. Let's see what we can get. YM touches the daily chart trigger and then reverses a bit. There's a case to be made. The longs truly just against the bigger, higher time frame move, man. Keeping an eye out for a YM long. I felt like I missed that opening move up, and now we're getting a little level pullback. We are failing underneath the opening print here, so we're going to be patient and continue to wait. As a reminder, guys, I will take any entries and stuff on the screen. You'll see it all. I do like looking for a YM long targeting this high. but I'm gonna be patient and let it play out a little bit. We got the NQ pushed up, but now fading. YM back over the opening print. Do you try a stop with the YM like 20 points, just real small? I think I liked that daily chart enough to try. All right, guys, I got a small risk on the YM here. Probably like $1,000, $2,000. But I liked this daily chart enough that I will give this just a shaken shot. I might lose $1,000 real quick, but I'd be trying to make a lot more than that. Let me get the R2R tool out here. Yeah, I'd be looking for an all-time high break. But, all right. 0 for 1. I liked it enough to give it a little stab, but I will lose $1,000 or so. Oh, no, I am. That's all right. We're early today, my friends. I love you all so much. We're early, and I'm excited to see what we can get. Hold on, I'm waiting just a minute or two, and then I'll cover what happened yesterday. That was oh, buddy, not much to talk about other than ES got me good yesterday. ES got me good. All right, the NQ is very weak to start the day, my friends. So let's see how this sets itself up. The YM is still my favorite long watch, and I'm very intensely watching that for that. Let's see, what am I down on the day? Yeah, $1,300, real small. I got 4,500 drawdown. Let's see. I have a feeling that I just was like half a hair too early. But I'm not going to force my way back in right away. That's been the theme of it lately. Why? Excuse me, NQ with some weakness. GC as well. Weakness. Oh, I'm upset because where was my YM stop? I almost want to try that again, but I just I don't want to be wrong twice so early, so I will wait. I took my one stab, now I'll be a little bit more confirmed. GC is very weak. Let's see, my friends. I am stalking the YM. I really like it. Bow, chicka wow wow. But I already lost a little bit on a stab, so my next one I'd like to feel a bit more secure. That does look pretty fucking good. Let's see. Good morning, chat. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, dude. Yesterday, guys, after the stream, I went and like I ate for a little bit, but then for whatever reason, I just sat back down. I don't know why. But I probably I withdrew all my money from the World Cup, which was great. I turned $1,000 into $5,000. into 5,800. And then I put 800 on LeBron James to go to the Wolves, which I think is just a guaranteed lock. And I did not bet my money on England. I did not bet any money on England. But instead, I wish I had, truthfully, because instead I basically just donated money to Lucid. I just sat there and just donated money to Lucid. I just bought and 10 contract and then donated money to Lucid, then donated money to Lucid. Then they posted something on Instagram yesterday about how they pro accounts have no daily loss limit, and I commented and I was like, perfect. I just nuked 20 of them. I don't think it was actually 20 because I don't think I pressed buy 20 times. That's way too much. But there's no doubt I nuked 10 of those motherfuckers yesterday. No doubt, man. So I'm not proud of it, guys. Man enough to admit it. Lucid, congratulations. You basically bet on the world. You basically had a great World Cup. Yeah, I mean, shout out to you guys. All right, my friends. 15-minute close is coming up in about 5 minutes here. 5 minutes. I hate you, YN. I'm really debating another try on it. It just looks so good. I hate myself for even being out of the first one, but this looks so good. All right, my friends, let's see. What are we going to get next from here? NQ just has some outright weakness, so I wouldn't rule out a short in there either. I'm always going to be biased towards upsize when we're basically at all-time highs, which I think it's very easy to forget that we are literally basically at all-time highs, guys. I mean, yeah, we're you know, $8 away from all-time highs. No matter what, I'm going to tend to have a bullish bias. It usually works out. Even if you have a few losers in the process. But tell you what, NQ does not look like... This looks pretty weak, man. So let's see. I got the opening print rule was really firm for me today, right? I remember to mention that a few different times. So this first little stab, we were over the open, but that would mean that NQ and ES, only shorts are permissible right now. Only shorts are permissible. So I haven't considered longs on the NQ or the ES, but I have not found myself into a short yet. Yeah, same thing with ES. As long as we are under the opening print, this is only a short in my mind. And if you're looking for a long, just wait till we're above that green line. The YM, you could make a case for me to try an under the OP stab, but I'm not going to. I do still think we work up here at some point on the day on the YM, but at that point you might as well just wait till above the OP. NQ, ES, real weakness. GC, pretty weak. Good morning, my friends. Oh, YM. Stalking the YM here. There's a trigger back above the opening print. I think I got to try it. I think I just have to. All right, I'm in. Just gotta, life's a risk and I love that bitch. I might eat a stop, but this is my type of setup. Bullish, 2-minute trigger while getting back above the opening print. It's my setup all day long. This is, I love this shit. So, win, lose, or draw. Win, lose, or draw. It's all good, bro. Win, lose, or draw. It's all good. You got to just be you. And this is me. This is who I am. What we saying, friends? Life is a risk, and I love that bitch. And we could just be failing an OP test here, but she looks too good. I just added some on a second Lucid funded. So just 2. We'll see. Same stop, same risk. Not copy trading 5 of these. 5 150Ks is too much for me, I learned. Just emotional volatility. Guys, I'm going to take the execution marks off. They're just kind of making my chart hard to read. But I'm not trying to hide the fact that I took the loss earlier, okay? I'm just taking the execution labels off for now. Let's see. We've got, this is, again, win, lose, or draw, my friends. So far, this is literally exactly what we would have wanted. This is a buy back over the opening print, a higher low, breaking over the level. Win, lose, or draw. It's at least setting up the way we want. I got to take that 100 out of 100 times, even if she fails. I felt pretty good about my risk management so far today, guys. Again, life's not perfect, but I feel pretty contained in the risk I'm taking. Oh, man. You jerk, YM. Let's see. Life's a risk and I love that bitch. It basically has to hold right here. No, it doesn't look like it. Stay calm, stay patient, stay disciplined. And just let the trade play out. I am going to add a couple points to the stop here just in case. It doesn't really increase my risk by very much, guys. I don't have a ton of risk on these trades. It was like 1,300 and then what was it? 1,300, then like 1,800. So I mean, these are, again, dollar risk is individual and, you know, different for everybody, but those are, I feel really good about my risk management so far on the day. I just would like to get a win, man. I mean, guys, I'm not going to sit here and act like it's not hard to just basically like 0 for my last 5. And that's just never the most fun situation. Let's see, guys. I've given her a fair shake and shot, and I hate this YM. If you asked me how confident do I feel that eventually we're going to work our way back up to that daily chart trigger, I'd feel pretty good about it, truthfully. But the odds that we come and swipe me out first feel extremely high. And it's just never fun, bro. And there it is. All right, guys. 0 for 2 on these YM stabs. Both would, I love you all, and you guys are incredibly supportive of me. I would do all of those 1,000 out of 1,000 times again. These are my types of setups all motherfucking day. All motherfucking day. Just no follow through, no love on it. And I would do this again. I know it probably means nothing to you guys, but at the bottom of my heart, I just can't. This is a 100 out of 100 fucking time trade for me. This is 100 out of 100 time trade. Inside bar break, daily higher low. Back over the opening print when we entered. We took the entry on this 2-minute buy back over the open. Oh, dude, I'd do it 100 out of 100 times again. I will be a little bit annoyed if this wicks me out and then goes. That, I would not lie to you guys, that would probably be a little bit annoying. I hope that the YM just sells off. That would frustrate me. That would frustrate me. So I hope this goes lower. That makes me feel better that it's going lower, truthfully. It makes me feel better. Oh, it makes me feel way better. All right, cool, dude. That makes me feel way better. We'll see how the rest of this sets up, but... Oh, that makes me feel way better. Every single time frame says sell. You got to go with it. We just disagree on that on the YM. I don't see a single time frame that says sell on the YM. It all says buy to me. Which is the only thing I traded today, guys, was just the YM, as a reminder. We're allowed to view a chart differently, though. You can be bearish on the YM all you want. NQ trying to rally back a bit here. I'm not done, my friends. I feel like I've been very controlled in my risk. I lost like 1,300, then 1,800. It feels very controlled. My lucid curse continues. I'm determined to break it here, though. One of those memes. I ain't done yet, bitch. Yeah, guys, I definitely think the NQ daily chart, first of all, to call this bearish, like super bearish, is kind of crazy. We're arguably not arguably, we're like 2 points or 2% off of all-time highs. So, again, I think bearish is we're 5% off all-time highs. I think bearish is a very unique word to use to describe that. There's no doubt, though, that this has been range choppy and that during New York Open, there's been some shorts available lately. That being said, I don't know what you would say to convince me that the YM is a bearish chart. I don't think there's anything anyone could say that would put me on that perspective of it. Yeah, bro, I saw someone say something earlier. I feel strongly about that. If I take a loss, I would definitely rather it go the other direction. Like, I'm not rooting for that as if saying like, oh, I called it. That's just, I mean, I would imagine you guys feel the same way. It's easier after a loss when you're wrong if it just goes the other way without, you know what I mean? The more annoying thing on a loss is if it stabs there and just goes immediately up. Rather be wrong than right and off on timing. This is an old Mott level from the NQ. That's not today's. That's not yesterday's low. I still think it's a long, guys, on the YM. It's a little bit tricky now because you could take a lower end of the range long here. But you're taking something under the opening print, which I feel like I didn't even take an under the opening print stab earlier. All my stabs were great. I loved them both, man. They just got a little shove down before some follow through. So we'll see. That would be annoying if that was the way it turned out, but oh my God, sorry. I don't know. I don't have much drawdown for this, guys. I think this is not going to be... I did not mean to press that, but now we're in it, and we only have $200 of drawdown. I got to just exit. I did not mean... That was an accidental click here. Hold on. Let me put the labels on the screen so you can see it. That was an accidental click. I did not have enough drawdown for 10 contracts. That was never gonna work. If that ends up being the one, my accidental click, I would just can't help but laugh. ES retesting the opening print here. Yeah, I gotta take these off. That was not meant to be. There was not enough drawdown for 10 contracts. The NQ still has a bit to go before getting back above its open. Oh, I hate you, IM. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Yeah, Swab. See, that's what I mean, bro. That's my least favorite thing in the world when you get wicked out and the direction's been right. That hasn't really been happening to me lately, though. Which is nice. It's been more like ES yesterday kind of happened to me, but it was such a big drawdown. There was like no way I was gonna hold through that, right? But this was yesterday. Really was one of those ones where you look back afterwards and you're like, motherfucker, bro. Motherfucker, because I effectively tried 2 longs on the ES yesterday and lost, and then you look at how the daily candle closed, and you're like, how did you lose trying to go long twice on that big ass green candle? That makes no sense. But there was a lot of points in between. ES with an excellent bounce off levels, now getting above the opening print as well. I'd see if you can let it go sideways on the open for a bit. NQ, no levels that it pulled back off of. I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, this feels kind of like a trap. I don't know. I'm skeptical, my bros. And my sisters. All right, hold up. I have no drawdown here. So 1 second. My lucid curse continues. There's no way it's as simple as, Jake, rotate into one of your tradefies and find yourself a W. There's no way. Unfortunately, I don't see much to do right now just because this isn't my style of long once we've sold off and then bounced back a lot. My screen should be back. It was gone for just half a second while I had to log in to Tradeify. But I assume it's back. Trying to decide if I feel confident enough in a gold short to actually put some money on. Don't think I do. Yeah, man, it's been not so fun action, guys, but I don't want to sit here. I'm not usually one to blame action. Whenever trades go wrong, it's usually user operator error. And I think I just haven't made the best decisions. That being said, the action has certainly not made it easier. Sometimes the action bails you out of poor decision making, but it usually all starts with poor decision making. Although I really, dude, there's a couple trades this week where I was like, I didn't feel the best about them. I fucking loved a couple of these, man. Like, I would have taken that with 10,000 risk in my personal and not blinked an eye, truthfully. I mean that at the bottom of my heart. And I'm proud of myself that, guys, it's been real hard not to, like, I don't know. I'm just like you guys. Like, we're all the same. We're all traders. When you have a couple losing days in a row, it's so incredibly hard not to be like, all right, like, time to size it up and make it back, right? Like, it would be really easy to just scroll over to a personal account and be like, let me try and make my 10,000 back. But that would be really, or not 10,000. Let me try and make 10,000, right? But then in order to do that, you have to risk more. People forget about that. And I'm like, right at now, at this point in time, when I haven't been trading well, adding $10,000 of personal account risk does not seem like a wise move. You know what I mean? But if it's sitting there, it's hard to not, like any human being, bro, it's hard to not, like, do that. But I'm proud of myself for that. But I mean, that's pretty much the bare minimum bar low is what I mean. Oh, RTY. Congrats to anyone who longed the RTY today, man. Nice fucking move. What do you mean, what do you mean to set a stop loss? You just set a stop loss. I'm confused on, like, here, let me show you with a micro. Like, I just when I do on TradingView, I come over and I click this little stop loss tick thing, right? So like I'd buy, and then it automatically places stop loss for me. That's all. Boom! Look at that. Check it out, guys. $3.75. I'm so fucking back. I'm a massive winner, bro. I'm a massive winner. Keeping an eye on the GC short. The rest of the indices are quite strong, so you'd be betting against the indices. Spence, I hope you're doing good, bro. Props will cover the TradingView expense. You don't need to have any extra, you don't have to pay anything extra for that. The minute I enter a trade, guys, I'm like, I know what the market's going to do. I know what the market's going to do. I already know. I'm the cuck for the day. The market's putting me in the cuck chair. The market has put me in the cuck chair. I got to sit back and I got to be patient. Because right now, guys, the market is putting me in this chair right here. It just has me sitting there. It's just like, oh, we hope you watch, brother. We hope you enjoy. I'm like, what? We got NQ testing the opening print. Man. I don't think I can try an NQ long after we've shoved up 400 points. I just don't think I can. I don't think I can do that. I still like the gold short, but I can't do it while the NQ is so strong. Good, YM. Fucking die, you little sucker. The pre-market plan did work out. They did buy the dip on the gap down. That being said, I won't lie to you. I did not expect that shove down plus that V rally back to back. It's range action. It's range action. It's range. It's aggressive movement. There's not much pullbacks because we're not really in a trend, right? But yeah, then they leave you with these as the only 2-minute buys to take. I know as soon as I take an NQ 2-minute like that, I'm going to get nuked. This one was going to work, but the next one's going to nuke me for sure. ES tagged a level. I thought, well, I didn't expect this V-shaped recovery either, guys. This was a little bit out of my purview. Some cars going crazy. Yeah, the 5-minute has this 1, 2, 3, but it's after like 300 points of straight up. It's not. This isn't enough consolidation for me personally to go long on the Nasdaq yet. I just need a little bit more consolidation. All I know, guys, is I'm still undefeated as soon as I didn't trade a Lucid account today. I'm up $3.75 on this Tradeify. Oh, no, that's not true. I'm up 60 cents. Boom. Check it out. 60-cent alert. I'm basically rich. As soon as I got off a Lucid account, boom, 60 cents. Free money. Can hear that Lambo passing by, Aventador. That's so funny. Not done yet, but I am trying to see if something is really worth my while. Crazy. You guys know the sounds of a Lamborghini way better than I do. I had no idea that was a Lamborghini. I don't even know what... I know nothing about cars. I could not know less about cars. What's your take on someone only taking $50 from the market for 250 days and 5 accounts? Sounds like a pretty good deal, baby. $250 a day, 5 accounts. That's what? 250 times 5. 1,200 something a day? That was so bad at math. That took me way too long, and I don't even think I got it right. I'm just not a car guy, man. I appreciate you, Suave. Seriously, it means the world to me. Code RT will work at Lucid. Glad I didn't long here, guys. Good stay away. Just because we were on top of the open did not mean it was free long. I'm happy about that. Stay away. I'm happy about that. Stay away. What was the other question? Yeah, I just don't like cars. Really, I don't like driving. Like, I think that I hate driving. When I go to London, I don't have a car. When I'm in New York, I don't have a car. When I'm in Puerto Rico, I don't have a car. I don't like driving. Like, I'd rather smoke a joint and order delivery. And it's just a personal choice. I have nothing against people who like cars, by the way, or like Lamborghinis and all that. I think you guys should pop the fuck off and keep rocking them. All right, we got NQ stabbing at this level. This might cause me to try something. Just against this level. No, I'll wait. Cars the movie is fire. Bro, yeah, guys, I just don't like it's literally the act of driving that I don't like. I don't know if I'm ever going to I wouldn't mind owning a Porsche 911 because that was always my favorite car in GTA. But I don't love it enough. Right, those are expensive. I don't want one that badly right now. It's a 50-point stop on this. Guys, if you believe that I'm due for another loser, here's your chance to go the opposite way of me. That's the best thing I can say. I wanted to see if it was just a lucid curse. I don't think it's a lucid curse. I think it's a London curse. I think it's a Jake curse. Bro. There ain't no lucid curse. It's just a Jake curse, guys. I'm okay with it, though. 2 minute stab. Oh, let's see. Can we break the Jake curse? Probably not. Can I break my own curse? I don't think I'm going to. I don't know. I don't know. I like the trade, though. It hasn't changed the fact that I like the trade. Oh, man. I even sized it down, guys. I only put 3 NQ on. Still like 4,500 of risk, though. Close to it. That would be nice. Guys, if we get to like 1R, I'll consider taking it off. I know there's some of you out there that are thinking, Jake, take the fucking profit. Unfortunately, guys, this is a rounding error. This is not real profit yet. At 1R, we can start to have that conversation. At 0.3R, that would just be ill-advised. We're meeting all my criteria. We have a level here. I took the entry with the intention of getting back over the opening print quickly. Like, where's my joints, bro? I'm sorry, guys. I gotta smoke one. I really like, I'm not saying this is a picture perfect trade. It's not an A++ bajillion, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That being said, guys, we have consolidation on top of the opening print, on top of the levels we want. We pulled back to the level we want. We have good R, trend range. Like, I promise I'm not just trying to talk myself up. Every trade I've taken today, I would put in a goddamn museum and take again. Maybe not the rest of the days that I've been struggling this week, but today I've taken 3. I would take all 3 again. Not only would I take all 3 again, I'd put all 3 in a textbook, man. Oh! I gotta pee. This is gonna come liquidate me, I bet. I'm gonna go pee. Oh my God. Oh my God. I actually came back. Oh my God. Now I kind of want to exit truthfully just because if we didn't hold the opening print there, I didn't want us to get another pullback. This could hold, but I'm going to go finger on the trigger to go out just if I need to. Wow, I'd put these trades in a textbook, I swear. Please, NQ, save us. You didn't wash your hands. Did you wash your hands, bro? Okay, guys. I will admit. I don't remember if I did or not. I don't think I did. I think I just needed. Guys, I need a winning trade. A winning trade is more important than washing my hands, okay? I don't remember what it's like to win. The last time I won, the Vietnam War was going on. Okay? So I apologize that I didn't wash my hands, but this is life or death. This is life or death. Marilyn Monroe was still hot the last time and alive the last time I won a trade. You could argue Abraham Lincoln was kicking it, watching it. The last time I won a trade was the same day me and Abe Lincoln smoked a joint together. It's taken forever, bro. Yeah, this is 150K accounts. This is 150K accounts. All right, fine. Fuck you guys. I'm going to wash my hands. Oh my gosh. He sold his soul to betting, Marlo says. I did good sports betting, guys. Yo, you guys want a lock? You want a lock? You want an absolute lock? LeBron James to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Guaranteed 10,000% lock. My mouse just died. Oh, it straight died. Holy shit. Hold on, guys. I want to do something fun. Lock in, lock in, lock in. Come on. Dude, this looks good. Again, guys, whether this wins, loses, draws, it doesn't matter to me. This is a trade I would take 100 out of 100 times again. There was during this dry streak in which I haven't won a trade since the Vietnam War. Since in this dry streak, there's been a variety of trades that you look back after and you're like, Jake, I just don't think that was a good trade, right? I'm telling you, at the bottom of my heart, today's YM stab and today's NQ trade, I'd put them in a textbook, bro. I'd put them in a textbook. Doesn't mean they're A++. Those all comes into like R to R and shit like that. There's a lot more that comes down to it. But, oh my God. We got to 0.9 of a risk. Holy shit. All right, I might not be able to handle this emotionally. Always could be a failure. Eyes up. Hold on. We got to see if we got to exit this. Again, guys, there was if any of you are wondering, Jake, you should have sold. Jake, you should have sold. We were not even up 1 XR risk. It did not make sense to. No matter if I'm like gonna sell early or be in more of a scalp mode, blah 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 blah. Sub 1R is just. I'm never gonna be looking to take profit at sub 1R. Oh my God. I got to go out at even, I think. I can't turn this into a loser. I'm out, bro. Again, for those of you that know me, I know you'll have faith in my decision here. For any of you wondering, Jake, why did you not sell? We literally were not up as much as we were risking, guys. I could not have sold there. Oh! Yeah, there's just no, I'm trying to think of if there's any world in which I would have sold on that little spike up. There's none. right, well, I'm happy with the break-even exit. Let me put the execution labels on the screen. You can't make that shit up, bro. This feels accurate. This feels accurate. You can't make this shit up, bro. You can't make this shit up. I'm not done. I mean, I'm here. I'm chilling. I got nowhere to be today. I'm just hanging out, so I'm not done. That was a free stab, I guess. I promise you, I know there are some of you out there in your head thinking like, Jake, you have to just take the profit. You have to just take the profit. I promise you guys, I agree with you. I'm super eager to get in a trade and sell it at 1R. At the bottom of my heart, I'm so excited to sell a trade at 1R. We never got 1R. We never got there. I promise you this is not because I don't want to sell. I can't wait for a 1R trade, but... Let me give you a refresher on who I am. I have Lucille, and my nutsack is made of steel. I am not dying until I am good and ready. Let's lock the fuck in, my friends. I don't know if I want to try the NQ long again. I think it's gonna work, but I don't know if I want to try it again. Do you just ES this shit on a 2-minute buy off the level? Is that yesterday's opening print? It's not unappealing, guys. It's just, that's not the 2-minute pullback you usually want to buy. Bro, fuck the NQ. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I'm pissed at that one, dog. This thing's going for fucking this thing, by the way. That's for sure. I feel like that's a lock. I can't do anything about it because the YM violated me twice today. Twice. NQ, do I really want to try you again? It's just risk, man. It's risk. It's risk. It's risk. But life's a risk, and I love that bitch. I mean, realistically, I normally hold trades through pullbacks like that, but... I would agree we need a new song. Purple Rain will change the vibes. Guys, don't hesitate to take tomorrow off if you've been struggling. The one thing I will say, I have not been doing great this week, but I actually, at the bottom of my heart, there's been like no tilts. on screen. Yesterday, after the stream, I tilted privately a little bit. I talked about that. Lucid got donated my World Cup winnings. That sucked. But really, on the streams, I've actually been really happy with my risk management. That's basically the only thing I've been happy with. I promise you. Trust me, it weighs really hard on me when I just lose 3 trades. Anyone who started watching me this week thinks I'm the worst trader of all time, and I really don't have much feedback for them other than my risk has been managed very well. Other than that, so that would be the one thing I would say to ask your guys yourselves is, have you managed your risk well? If you haven't, then that's where you want to try and come back. I'm telling you, I will also say this. I have had, ever since quote unquote figuring it out, right? And like end of 2020, beginning 2021, like ever since really my breakout as a trader, if I were to start there and go all the way through here, that's what, like fucking 6 years now. I'm trying to put this as bluntly as I can. I've had a lot worse of weeks. You know what I mean? Like, this one sucks because it's been super public, and I mean, I've taken every trade on stream and just lost. Like, again, not fun. I think that this kind of says everything that we want to say, right? Like, truly, Jake. But at the bottom of my heart, guys, I've had a lot worse weeks. I've had so many worse weeks. I've had weeks like maybe not in terms of like consecutive trades lost. This has probably got to be getting up there and pretty high number for me in consecutive trades lost. But in terms of like dollars lost, tilts gone on, I've actually done a very good job. So something for me to keep in mind. I don't know, man. I don't know if there'd be anything else to do. No giveaways till I win again. Oh, man. No, I can't cuck you guys like that. The market put me in the cuck chair today. I can't put you guys in the cuck chair like that. We def got to run a giveaway later, for sure. I got a couple Lucid accounts that I'm going to rock out before I disappear. Maybe you guys can have better luck than me. I just do, dude. Every other firm I work with, I'm like net super positive on the firm. Lucid, I swear to God, I wonder if the guy, the risk management guy there has got to look at it and be like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm gonna be like, dude, I don't know either. I don't know either. Tradeify is gonna move me live the second I get my next copy traded set of 5 payouts. I'm like very confident in that, just because my spend to return ratio on Tradeify is crazy. So if I get one more payout across 5 accounts, there's no way they don't move me live. Lucid, on the other hand, I think I could probably get fucking 20 max payouts, and they'd still be like, dude, keep simming. We'll see you in a bit. Somebody asked for the GC opinions again. Yeah, I'm still not bullish, guys. I think GC is being held up by the other indices right now. My gut absolutely leans to the downside on this daily chart. And we are at the opening print right now. So I personally actually think this is a valid short. The only thing that is against this thought process is that the indices are so strong. But I cannot long this chart. If it gets above the open and consolidates here for a while and goes higher, then I think you can stop looking for shorts. But if you told me you tried any shorts on the GC, I'd say that's okay. This is a daily chart where it validates that thought process of trying to short. It's even if it doesn't work today, this is the type of chart that when it snaps, it's going to be a fucking snap. And so if you're a trader that can hold your winners well, it's okay to stab that way. The reason I've stayed away is that gold tends to move with the indices, and if the indices are strong, which I know they weren't earlier, but they are now. Well, they are-ish. I'm intrigued. ES is fading. The NQ is fading. Maybe the GC has a little bit more of an opportunity than one might suspect. I have the YM poked over here on the left. That just keeps winning. Rumo is back! Dude, the reason we haven't blocked Rumo is Rumo doesn't actually spam. Rumo just comes in like once every like couple hours. It just throws a short on it and like... Fuck it, Rumo, you know? That's so funny. Hey, so someone says, hey, bro, quick question. What would you attribute the nasty price action we've had the last couple months? I don't think it's been the last couple months. Here's what happened, guys. The market, this is the it's like not really debatable much. The market was moving straight up, right? So when we started this project, it was basically some of the best action that we could have asked for. And then for the 3-4 weeks after, it was free money. I made like $150,000 in the first month and a half of this project. First 6 weeks of this project, I made a shit ton of money on my live account. I got 50 racks from TPT. Like, it was a dream. It's also not a coincidence, guys. The market was going straight up, right? The last, call it, you might be right, 2 months, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 6, 7. Look at what's been happening, right? So that being said, I still wouldn't call this nasty price action. Nasty price action is this. We had that for a long time. That's nasty. This has just been inconsistent is the word I would personally use. Inconsistent. July has not been fun. June was really solid, though. I don't want us to act like we completely forgot that June was a great trading month, just because July had been a little funky. June was great, though. I don't want us to. Let's not lose sight of that. Not the 6-7 joke, gang. All right, come on. That was not bad. I thought. I'm really happy with my break even here, guys, on the NQ. I tried along, which I'm okay with. We pulled back to a level, then got back over the opening print. I tried along. I gave it a shot, but then I exited at break even. I'm very happy with that break even exit. I'm very happy with that. Summer volume is absolutely lower, guys, and we've talked about this a lot, but I just, again, I'm not manifesting it. I really don't want to have a bad July overall. I'm hoping that these few weeks were just not my best trading, and that's not that uncommon. Last year, I lost $50,000 during the month of July, and then I had a great comeback in August. Well, August was kind of neutral. It was September. It was the same as every year. September, October, November, December are my favorite months of the year. I don't know why. This has always just been my personal theory. I think that kids are out of school, so people want to go on vacations and be with their kids more and shit. But also, dude, traders like vacation. Like people like me, even people like me who are still trading. Like I'm not really on vacation. I'm in London, but I'm still trading. We trade lighter. We trade less aggressive. We trade less. I think the big traders out there, big money, I think they're all in fucking the Hamptons or the south of France. And I think it's just like a handshake agreement. They're like, yeah, let the market just go sideways over the summer. We're going to come back in September. And it usually is down in September. September is usually a red month. And then October and November are usually bounce backs, and it's really fun. And you can look this up. This isn't me just like saying this. This is like historical data. That being said, it's really hard as traders to not just like get hooked in the moment, is what I'm trying to say. So it's super hard. As soon as you're in a trade, you're like, it looks like the best trade ever. And you completely forget about the potential chop. So that's why that's why if you guys see me trading my personal account while I'm here in London, you have the right to fucking yell at me, and you have the right to call me a clown, and you have the right to say that I'm on tilt and all that, because no matter how good something looks, right now I don't need to be risking those real dollars that's super aggressive and all that. The last thing I want to do is to leave a trip and look at my personal account and be like, oh yeah, I lost $20,000. Nice. You got NQ trying to hold another level here. We are continuing to just range out, guys. The problem is, we could go all the way back down to this low. After all this consolidation and rejection of the opening print, I'm not saying we're going to, but we for sure could just trickle down into that low. Also, guys, big update. I should have talked about this earlier when we had more people here, but huge update on the Alpha Future stuff. So all payouts that were approved for pay on the premium plans, you guys are going to get paid, which is sweet. I'm happy for you. Unfortunately, I requested my payout on Thursday, July 9th. Sorry, I qualified for it on Thursday, July 9th. I had no idea, none of this information, everything was presented to me that the world was peachy. So was qualified for the payout on Thursday. I didn't even request it till Friday. I was like, fuck it. Who cares, right? Like, life is all good. I'll just wake up on Friday. I'll request it right before we start the stream. Then we had a great trading day Friday. I know it's easy to forget that sometimes, but we did actually have a great trading day on Friday. We really did, like, trade well. And then I requested the payout. Unfortunately, mine will not be paid because they were not reviewed or something in time. So, again, I've come to terms with it. I think it's part of the reason I've traded not so great this week. But I'm happy, and I think this is the first step forward. I've been saying all week, the first step forward was to pay out these, like, reverse their decision and start paying out the accounts. And I'm glad they're taking this first step. I'd be lying if I said that I was happy that I'm not going to get my payout. And I'd be lying if I said that I'm rushing to buy more alpha accounts. Neither of those statements are true. But I'm very happy that traders who qualified are getting some of their payouts. And this is the right first step. I don't think it's the only step, but it's the right first step. So yeah, I think that's a good it's a good omen, you know. All right, man. Q man just said, fuck y'all, and go right back to the chop range. Oh my God, I hate UIM. I am not Canadian, no sir. But I do like to talk like one sometimes. I was denied. I wasn't denied. They were refunding all accounts. They were refunding all accounts and not paying out pending payouts. And then they changed and they are paying pending payouts. But my payout was not pending. My payout was under review. I mean, it's because I requested it on Friday. That's it. So. Again, not super stoked, guys. I think that you can see it in my face. You know what I mean? Not super stoked. But I'm happy that traders are getting paid. I'm super happy about that. That's the first step in buying back people's trust. Absolutely. We do got to turn this up. Man, YM. Any of you guys out there making money on the YM today? Please tell me there's somebody making money on the YM today. I would love to know that there's somebody making money on the YM today, guys. You'd make me feel infinitely better. If anyone made money on the YM, guys, please let me know. Someone should have. Or we all got cucked. Or we're literally all sitting in the hotel cuck chair together. Hey, let's go, guys. All right. Is ES still just trending? I did think it was inevitable that one of these prop firms was going to fall apart. I agree with you. I did think something, I didn't doubt that something was coming. I will be surprised, or I will admit. I'm pretty surprised it was Alpha. And again, they are on the road to trying to recover people's trust. So that's their job, right? But I'll just say, it does surprise me. I don't know much about prop firm back ends and math and all that. Excuse me. I don't know much about prop firm back ends and Ninja Trader deals and all that. But I do know math. And mathematically, the reason I was even always pitched alpha futures was that their prices were high. They were expensive. You would not expect a firm to be losing money on a plan when the plan itself is relatively expensive. The premium plans were not cheap. The advanced accounts were not cheap. The zero accounts were not cheap. That was the way it was always pitched and presented as well, which is that, the higher prices ensure more safety. So it did catch me off guard that they had. I think there's more to the story. And again, I don't know what that more is. I'm not involved like that. It makes me believe there was more to the story. And but paying out traders is the first step. I've been saying this all week long. I've been saying they need to reverse that decision. They need to reverse that decision. They need to reverse that decision. They have reversed that decision. That is step one, right? Step one. But I would be lying to you if I said, again, it's almost like Tradeify and Lucid are such rocks that I don't think it's going to happen to either of them. And TPT has been around since the Vietnam War. It's definitely they're fine. Their intraday trailing keeps them safe. Tradeify and Lucid both have really tight payout caps. So like again, their risk is managed super well. But they're cheap. I don't know. I was surprised by it. I was surprised by it because alpha was expensive. Yeah, man. They did. We did. We hosted a meetup together in London last year. Yeah, I don't know. All I will say is, guys, I was so caught off guard by it to the point where like, yeah, there's some stuff I should. I have never been more caught off guard by something in my life. Like, honestly, I from everything I thought and I was involved in, I've literally never been more caught off guard, truly, at the bottom of my heart. I was just like, I actually got a text from someone else another firm letting me know, and I was like, what? Yeah. I appreciate you guys, and if you were affected, let me know. If you were affected, meaning you had in the same way I was, let me know. I wish I could commit more dollars to like. I can't talk about it. I would have requested my payout on Thursday if I knew that any of this was coming. That way I could at least have some money to help affected people. Instead, I am affected. All right, happier mood, happier nudes. Agreed, bro. The damage in a personal account would have been mentally just hard to come back from. I'm happy to stay away from my personal account. I also don't want you guys to think that I'm never going to be trading my own money again, and I'm never going to be risking $5,000 to $10,000 of my own money again. When we started this project, that's what I was doing, and I made a lot of money. And what I'm trying to do is be a model representation of how you can scale back risks and push up risk. And your trading is not always going to be linear. I really mean that at the bottom of my heart. I think it's really easy for somebody to just say, like, oh, I have a $100,000 account. I risk 1% every single day. I always risk 1%, blah, 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 blah. I've never met anyone like that who makes a ton of money over the long run. I really haven't. I've really never met anyone who just risks the same amount every day all year long and makes a bunch of money. From everybody who I've met, all these successful traders and who I've talked to and learned from, it's like it comes in waves. And usually those waves correlate to when the market's moving a lot versus when the market's chopping a lot, right? And it's just about knowing kind of when to push and when not to push. And it feels weird for me because I'm trying to set that example, but then I've also lost. I haven't won a trade since the goddamn Vietnam War. So it's a little bit hard to. Where's my meme? But I appreciate you guys sticking around. I saw Mitch was on here earlier. Mitch, any chance you're still here and could help me run a giveaway? Did I check what NYC looks like today? Let me see, guys. Hold on. Fuck yeah, dog. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Mitch said work might be an issue today. Ooh, okay. No worries. Mitch is not here. Yo, what's up with man? The air quality is crazy in New York. Smoky as fuck. Holy shit, guys. Look at that. It's your birthday? Damn, I might have to drink a brewski with you, dog. Guys, I am going to turn on the DJ Hour sign and take one more trade. And just, the DJ Hour sign is going to go on, okay? Because at this point, guys, the last time I won a trade was during the Vietnam War. Caesar was still building his portfolio. Al Capone was doing his taxes. The last time Jake won a trade, knights still used horses. This one's stupid. The market was still fighting in the trenches. What the fuck is that? That was stupid. That was really stupid. I like this one, though. The last time Jake won a trade, we were still declaring independence. That feels accurate. That feels super accurate. I'm trying to think if there's a funny clip I could say. I don't know. Oh, that's funny, guys. That's funny, man. All right. Let's see what the market is looking like here for just a second. Don't worry. I appreciate every single one of you guys for sticking around. We are going to run a giveaway. I'm going to pick multiple winners. Let me check in about, someone mentioned Mitch had said it might be an issue. Lomeli. All right, guys. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Oh, Mitch, my dude. Thank you, bro. If you could help me run a giveaway. I'm catching up on the stream chat right now. If you could help me run a giveaway for 2 winners, just like 4 minutes. It's removing aura. Sorry, I'm catching up on the stream chat here. All right, guys, enter up. Hold on, let me turn some music on, and I just got to check. I haven't seen the stream chat in a few days.
Someone told me long ago, there's a calm before the storm. I know it's been coming for some time. When it's over, it'll rain a sunny day. I know, shining down like water.
I want to know. Oh, my friends, enter up. Thank you so much for being here. I don't think that. I think it's one of the more fun losing streaks I've had. I'll tell you that. I just can't. Lucid. It's so funny. Lucid is never gonna move me live, bro. All right. me see. I gotta go get codes. Mitch, thank you very much, by the way, bro. I wanna know. All right, my friends, you can no longer enter the raffle. You can no longer enter the raffle. No, you cannot win again if you've already won. Think about it a little bit. That would suck if you're somebody else on the stream and you've won twice. Run it, my Mr. Mitch, whenever you have a chance, brother. No, but for right now, you can't win twice, guys. Again, that would suck if someone else won twice while a bunch of people are waiting. All right, my friends. Cov 8737 Rand 01117. Do we have these two people in the chat? Are we here? Cov and Rand. See if we've heard from them. I see Rand. Hell yeah, Rand 00. Both here. All right. W, guys. My man, my man. All right, hell yeah, guys. Huge W. All right. Sweet. All you gotta do, thank you, Allie's gang. I know, I need to figure out the duck races. I need to figure that out. Awesome. Cov and Rand, hit me on Instagram, and I got you guys with Lucid 25K Pro accounts. So I'm super hyped. I think they're Pro accounts, not Flex accounts. Yeah. They're Lucid 25K Pros. Gang shit. GG winners. GG, my friends. Nice work. All right, let me see if there's anything, any last thoughts any last stabs I want to take. Let's just see. If someone said take the do not copy sign off. Okay, I'll take the do not copy sign off. Where's my DGen hours, though? I'm putting my DGen hours sign on. Feels the way I do about you now. All right, good afternoon, my friends. Welcome to the DGen section of the stream. Jake hasn't won a goddamn trade since we were declaring independence, all right? It's been a while since Jake's won a trade. Maybe Jake just needs to be a degenerate. Maybe that was the problem all along, all right? So who fucking knows? Maybe I've just been way too buttoned up recently. Because let's be honest, I haven't been that degenerate, guys. I was trading 5 YMs today, all right? And like 3 NQs. This is so far away from degenerate that it's crazy. We gotta lock in, bro. Maybe that was my problem. This is a tight ass stop loss. I can already feel in my loins that I'm gonna get stopped because that's what happens when you switch sides after 6 million years. I really thought you guys would judge me if I longed it, though. To be totally honest with you, I thought you would judge me. So I was like, okay, let me take the 2-minute sell at the level. We did trigger a sell setup in a downtrend off a level. So, like, we could just fail it here. That's kind of what I expect to happen. But I've tried so many longs today, bros, that I can't try a failed sell setup. I need to, like, just trust the sell setup. You know what I mean? So new trade alert. I don't know. The DJ hour sign should not be on. This is 3 contracts, 30-point stop loss. So, I mean, I'm risking a McChicken. I need a banger song right now. Guys, throw me some song suggestions.
You know, we gotta forgive and forget. See, you think it's sweet, but when you really get blown up, it's gonna feel different. I feel different, nigga. It's gonna actually go. Yeah. Hey man, long live Granny, man. Hey, I ain't going to work. Rest in peace, Granny. Check this out. Look.
Rest in peace, my granny. She got hit by a bazooka. Kaboom, kablow, kaboom. Rest in peace, my granny. She got hit by a bazooka. Yeah, I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Kaboom, kablow, kaboom. I was in my room trying to teach my little sister.
Guys, I just randomly selected one that you guys picked. I randomly selected one that you guys typed. Oh, that's not it. Wait, why is this one's not popping up? Is it this one, the ZZ Top? Give me all your lovin'? What the fuck? All right, hold on. I gave her a shot. I tried the short. I tried it, guys. You guys told you didn't. I didn't even have to ask, but I knew that's the way you would have wanted me to go. I tried it. Motherfuckers, I went too long. God damn it. God damn it! Or it's like I went along, but they're gonna judge me because all I've missed on is longs today, so I can't do that a fucking again. All right, not bad. Motherfucker, I'm pissed. That would have passed my eval. Fuck. Well, not passed, but gotten where I needed it to go for today. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I'm pissed, guys. I'm pissed. What the fuck? I wanted to go, motherfucker. Ah! Right when it was at this low, I was like, oh, but I was like, they will literally yell at me again if I go long, which is fair, guys. It's super fair. I've tried entirely too many longs over the past few days. But like, this is why. We do just tend to keep going up. It's just, tomorrow, dude, I'm just going to smoke a joint during the first hour of the stream and just, well, I have to leave tomorrow, but next week, I'm just smoking weed during the first hour of the stream. No, I know, guys. I shouldn't have. That was. I really did want a long. YM. I'm praying that somebody made some money on the YM today. I realistically should have been willing to try another trade on it. Bro, that's totally fair, but I'm also like 0 of a million on my last few trades. So like, I really have no room to talk, guys. I'm like, I can't, like, you guys are effectively like I'm on a, this is a cold ass streak, bro. Someone says, I have a sell on gold. Can you please buy? No, see, here's the thing, guys. I deserve that. I deserve this. I'm not here trying to just debate it. That's what I hope above all else. I'm not deleting the streams. I'm not hiding it. I'm here and I deserve it, all right? I'm here and I deserve it. It's fair. She knew I was. She was buzzing all over me. She was buzzing all over me. She was buzzing all over me like I fell in love. Whatever I do next, there's just no way it's right. There's just no way. You know what I mean? The safer bet would be to go the opposite way of what I'm doing. I don't think I have the drawdown for this position size. I think that's going to be the thing that haunts me. Because realistically, you need to give it at least until under 0.4. Yeah, I just probably don't have the drawdown for this. Or the accuracy, bro. This is degen hours, though, so I mean, I might as well. I did warn. All right, I gotta stop. To be fair, on the day, I know this seems like holy shit. On the day, I've lost one eval, and I've lost a funded. So like, let's keep it in perspective. I've traded one eval today and one funded account. I actually lost significantly more money yesterday off stream by myself. One more try. She was buzzing all over me. All over me like she fell in love. All right, where are we at? All right, I'm like Bernie Sanders, NQ. I'm once again here to try and rob your shit. I'm once again asking for financial help from the NQ.
Yeah. This album is dedicated.
All right, this is a select account. I do not need to pass this shit in one trade, but I do need to hit 4,500 in one trade. I knew, okay, the last one was actually the right idea. I just full ported 10 contracts with not enough, yeah. I just full ported 10 contracts with not enough drawdown. So that was user operator error. This is accurate though. This market is tough lately. Hold on, guys. Lil Melty, this market is tough lately. Bro, I'm with you, my dude, is all I'm gonna say. Right now, this is basically the vibe of the day, brother. The last time Jake won a trade, the telegraph wasn't invented yet. The light bulb was still an idea. The stock market was a live stock market. The last time Jake won a trade, leverage meant catapult. The last time Jake won a trade, people thought the earth was flat. Well, that still happens. So no, dude, you're not alone in any way, shape, or form. I have managed my risk pretty well today. I've lost... well, that fund that I traded earlier is actually still alive. It has $1,000 of drawdown, which just isn't enough, but it is alive. And then I lost an eval just now. So it's been not that. But on the flip side, I've yet to be able to strike a real win here. I feel cursed. I haven't had the eagle eye on, though. I think that someone mentioned that earlier, and I think that's kind of low-key, like... I haven't been watching the 15 minutes as much lately. The YM just cucked me. Oh, so sorry. Hold on. Got to meet them back. This one's gonna haunt me just because, not haunt, but I guess we'll put it like this. If there's anything I could do differently on the day, I would just stay focused on the YM. The entries that I was trying were working. I was early. I was July'd. I definitely agree that the London time zone breaks my rhythm a little bit, guys. I tried to emulate the exact times I'd wake up in New York last night to avoid this today. So like I woke up at 8 a.m. Eastern, which is 1 p.m. I woke up at 1 p.m. today. Like I tried to just emulate exactly what it would be like in New York and Puerto Rico. And I still didn't hit for shit. Thank you, Uzbekistan. I cannot emphasize it enough, though, guys. I know it sounds like a cop-out, and if you think it is, then, dude, I do my best to show you everything on here. All I'll say is that it sounds like a cop-out. I promise you it's not. The question is, did you go on tilt and lose your shit? If the answer to that remains no, you're doing a good job. It's been a hell of a night. Guys, I did lose my shit yesterday a little bit too. It wasn't on the stream. I actually think yesterday's stream, I was very contained in my risk. After the stream, I came back. I left and I went to work out a little bit, and then I came back, and yeah, bro. I think sports. I don't know the sports bet. I was also a little bit fucked in the head because I turned the rack into 5 on the World Cup. I was actually going to put that money on Spain. I really thought Spain was going to win. And then I decided not to. And then Spain won. And I was like, fuck. And so I withdrew it. And then combined that with bad market action, getting my payout voided, all that. I was like, I just sat down. I literally donated fucking $3,000 or $4,000 to Lucid for sure. I don't know if it was that much. That would have been a lot. Well, no, it doesn't take that fucking much, guys. It does not take that much. So I haven't texted my friend at Lucid yet, but the guy who I know who works there, I might text him and literally just be like, just don't look at what I did this week. All right. Like, I've literally never had this happen. Every prop firm that I trade with, I have like a huge net positive. Or they move me live. I've been moved live with everyone except Lucid. And Alpha, I was about to be moved. Alpha was about to be moved live with 100K or so I thought. I don't even know how many I blew this week. On stream, it has not been that bad. I haven't won a trade since the Vietnam War, so it's less about, but that being said, I also have not been losing a lot of money / a lot of accounts on stream. And I Yesterday was like the worst off. I never trade off stream anymore because literally, guys, why would I? Why wouldn't I not just? You guys have seen me lose a million times in a row. Like I would never. I'm not ashamed to do any of this. If I'm gonna trade, I might as well turn the stream on and fucking rock with it. The last few days, I have not done that. I have really yesterday. I withdrew that World Cup money from Polymarket. I withdrew it to my debit card. It went straight to that credit card, bro. It went straight to my prop firm only credit card. I have a prop firm only credit card with Wells Fargo. I only spend on prop firms on it. I have a $5,000 limit. We just fucking, dude, it was bad, bro. It was bad. Yeah, man. Not proud of it. Man enough to admit it. NQ looks like a nightmare, though. I have thought about going long or short a variety of times during this action, and I've just been very grateful that I didn't do any of those because this just looks like a headache. So I'm kind of, I reset that eval I just lost, and I was like, dude, let's take one more on the day, blah, 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 blah. I might just fuck off because, don't get me wrong, I want to take another trade. I would like to win one trade, like, ever. If I don't win a trade tomorrow, that's going to I haven't had a full week of losing in a long time. The last time I lost 5 days in a trading week was probably the Top Step drawdown about a year ago or a year and a half ago. I lost 8 days in a row. I lost $7,000 8 days in a row on my Top Step live account. And then I made it all back in 2 days. That was one of my... I'm making a YouTube video about that soon. Not about that specifically, but it's going to be the best YouTube video ever. It's going to be life-changing. But I just need to sit down and fucking make it. I need to make it, but I promise it'll be life-changing. I do think I'm going to... I don't want to... Daddy ain't around, probably out committing felonies. Stole my bike. I got Fargo too. I'm gonna tell him to freeze your shit till next week. Honestly, that's fair. That's fair. Appreciate you guys a bunch, man. Yeah, man. I was losing. I lost $7,000 a day for 8 days in a row on my Top Step live account. This is all very publicly documented too. Top Step used me as like a little bit of a zoo animal, and my live account stats were like just very publicly discussed. So if you really want to go back and find those streams, they're out there somewhere. Unless Top Step removed them. I don't know why they would have. But I lost $7,000 a day for 8 days in a row. Over $40,000 on my live account. Each day, the whole world got to see that loss. Yeah, it took me 2 trading days. And I was like, I made it all back and more. So that's my biggest losing streak that I remember. No, it was not super chill. I'll be honest with you. Me and Top Step, when I have like, me and Top Step have a little bit of long-term history. Yeah, that's all I'll say. They're good people over there, though. I don't want to act like they're not good people. I did feel a bit like a zoo animal. Yeah, but that's all. But that's okay. Oh, my goodness, guys. I appreciate 350 of you kicking it with me for so long today, even though I haven't done shit well. All right. Here's what we're going to do to end the day, guys. I'm going to have the chat decide on long or short. I'm going to try a trade with the chat. And if we win, giveaway. If we lose, no giveaway. But we already did two today. This is just for fun. Hold on. We already did two giveaways today. Don't worry. We are about to see a little 15-minute. What do you guys think? Dude, I have no idea what I'm going to do in Amsterdam tomorrow. Please give me advice on what I should do in Amsterdam tomorrow. I'll take any advice. Oh my God, look at this, guys. It is dead. It is dead 50-50. You know how the chat bets. All right, I'll wait for a second. I'm trusting you guys here, though. I think this is a great game. This is just for fun. Guys, please don't take this as me encouraging bad trading. I'm not trying to encourage bad trading. I'm trying to just have some fun with the stream chat. You know what I mean? So don't. This is not me trying to. This is just me trying to have fun with the chat. You know what I mean? I think this could be fun. Dude, everyone tells me that. Everyone says there's so many bikes there. Wow, I do not trust either of these. I'd rather flip a coin at this point.
Your mom's is so poor. She went to McDonald's and put a shake on layaway.
All right, short has won, guys. We're going to trust the short at 53%. We're going to trust the short.
Your mom's hair so nappy, she got to take painkillers to comb her hair.
We're going to trust the short. Chat voted 53% short. When this hits, we'll just do 1-to-1 R to R. When this hits, we'll run another giveaway. All right? I got full faith in the chat. Big Dave, Jacobs. I agree. DJ hours, I completely agree with that sentiment. DJ hours, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, guys. We don't need to tell the rest of the stream watchers tomorrow. Bro, please tell me that the first trade that I'm going to win after 6 years of a dry spell is when I followed the chat's poll. That would make me so happy. That would be the most epic storyline ever. Chat, we're getting nuked. Chat, we've been nuked. Oh, chat, we've been nuked. Oh, we've been nuked, guys. We don't have this much room. Oh. We'll still do a giveaway. Don't worry, that was fun. We're still alive, technically. We've got $1,000 of drawdown left. $500. Oh, I love you, my bro. I'm glad that you're here for the first time. Dude, you came on a straight up awful week, bro. I have been trading not well, but it's been very hilarious. And at least, guys, at least we can say we had to do this. Okay? Because now we know that my first win back is not gonna be based on what the chat said to do. Oh, now you guys say long. Oh, now you say long. Now you flipped the vote. Now you say long. You bandwagons. You guys can't switch the vote after it happened. You can't switch the vote after it happened. All right, we just confirmed, guys, though, that it's not purely my fault. The chat also, that makes me feel better, because if my first trade back was you guys telling me what to do and I won, I would have lost all self-confidence. I would have been devastated. I would have been devastated. God, we got to do that again. I'm not buying anything more because I'm actually done spending for the day. I've lost 2 evals in 1 funded account. But if I still have one, let's see if it'll let me trade the Giga account. Dude, I don't get this. This Tradeify, make this make sense. One day this eval accidentally ran $90,000 in profit or whatever, $40,000 in profit up to $190,000. But now this is set to low liquidation only. How does that happen? Riddle me that, Mr. Tradeify. Riddle me that. Oh, man, I really want to ask you guys what to do and do that one more time. That was so much fun. That was the most fun I've had all week. The bounce back is going to be epic. It really is. Here's the only thing I will say, guys, is that I am just going to continue to be myself. And I know anyone who's still watching the stream, I love you guys. Like you guys, I don't have to even justify it, and I'm not trying to. But I'm just going to continue to be myself, and I might lose a few more days. It's not. None of this is super out of the ordinary. Again, it's just the D days, the risk. Really what I need to avoid is what I did off stream yesterday. If I can manage to avoid what I did off stream yesterday, I will be fine. But yeah. No more off stream trading is the answer. That's the answer. I've done it twice in the last 2 days. I've gotten nuked. And I have no idea why I did it. Oh, I love this song. Goddamn doorknob. Easy solution. Don't turn the stream off. Yeah, to be fair, yesterday, both the last few days that I did that, I didn't like turn it off and immediately keep trading. I stopped streaming. I went to the gym, or I smoked a joint, whatever. And then I like came back. I don't know why. I never do that. I like don't trade power hour. Which is maybe part of the reason I'm having issues in London is that it is literally power hour every day. Or I've just taken a few trades that haven't worked out. And the one thing I will die on, my one hill that I will die on, my YM stabs from earlier today, dude, fantastic entries. Very happy with the entries. Annoyed they didn't work out. This 2-minute right here, oh, I would take this a bajillion out of a bajillion times targeting that high. I just, in hindsight, I should have, really my thing was I should have been willing to try once more. I really want to ask you guys what to do again and run one more poll. But that time your giveaway will actually be dictated. But okay, well the problem is, guys, the problem is contract size. I was in with no one needed to have 5 NQ shorts. That was the problem. We didn't need to have 5 shorties on. Technically, we'd still be in that short from the 15-minute trigger just off the system I use. The stop would be wide though. Nobody told me to go 5 contracts short. You guys just told me to go short. All right. But what? 5? Wait, this is DGen hours. 5 contracts is the minimum. I'm not going to trade less than 5 contracts on DGen hours. If this was non-DGen hours, then for sure. But this is DGen hours. We know what we signed up for, friends. We know where we are. Tradeify reminding me. I went to reset that account, and it says you've already reset this account today. Are you sure you want to do that? Yes. Asshole. Yes. Asshole. Thanks for the reminder. It's like Netflix reminding you, like, oh, you're still watching? It's like, fuck you. It's like, yes, I'm still a piece of shit. I'm still on the couch. I still haven't moved. Correct. Oh, banger song. All right, chat. Guys, there's only 27 votes. I need a few more votes here. I got to trust your guys' opinions. At 12:30, Mr. Mitch Gamma, I believe, will be on. I just checked checked in. He might have a work thing today, which is no. Yeah, guys, I'm actually excited. We're gonna do our Passover in just about 20-30 minutes here. I'm gonna pass you off to Mr. Mitch, the Gamma expert, and we're just gonna continue our afternoon show and make this one super long full day stream with our afternoon show, Mr. Mitch, the Gamma expert, and then Lomeli in the afternoon after that. So yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna kick it because he's coming on in 20 minutes. What am I gonna do? Not stick around for the next 20? But I do, chat. I got you. We gotta figure out what the trade's gonna be here. The chat is 58% short, guys. What's the third option, though? What is the third option? Like short, but wait a couple minutes? All right, okay, we'll go short. Sorry, the typing was real. You guys have voted for the short. So we will go short. I'm trusting the chat, but here's our new poll. Here's our new poll. How many contracts, guys? You chose short. I'm sorry for those of you that voted long. The chat chose short. You guys are fucking crazy. Who's voting for 10? 10? We're going to have like 20 points of drawdown. All right. I'm going to try to find a precise entry. All right. Fuck you guys. All right. Fuck you guys. All right. I'm going to try and find something precise. We need a little bit of a push up in the next 1 minute sell setup, maybe. This 1 minute inside bar might have done it for us. I'm just going to aim for a 1-to-1 on whatever trigger we get on the next sell. So I'll sit patiently until then. Where's my eagle eyes? Oh man, this 15-minute is going to snap when it snaps. 15-minute did just trigger. Again, every break of the low, though, has taken forever. That's why I'm not just shoving right in. I'm trying to be a little precise. Too late, everyone's saying. Too late. Oh my God. Too late, they say. Guys, why are we shorting the ES, though? ES is so much stronger. I guess if you're playing catch-up, I take that back. If you're playing catch-up, I take that back. All right, I guess I should ask. I don't trust this yet. And you guys are forcing me to do 10 contracts, so I need to find a reasonable stop loss. I didn't do that last time. Last time I just flung the 5 contracts on, right? This time we'll find an actual setup. This makes it a little bit more fun. This is a fun game. Oh, I'm getting audio copyrighted though. All right. Let's see if we can get a trigger. That's what we're going to have to take, I think. I hate it, but that's when it technically triggered. Oh? We do not need many points, guys. Since you made me slam a 10 contractor. 20 points is our stop loss. I don't think we'll have enough drawdown for this. But I had to try. Oh! 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 Chat! We're close. With 10 contracts, I had to lock it in. Chat! Are we back? We're so back. Oh, chat. Guys, I've never been on. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. I don't know what you guys. who's been losing trades this week. But I've been impervious. Bang! Oh my God, we won a trade. Let's fucking go. 2 giveaway accounts. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna have Mitch do. Oh my goodness, guys! Wow, Mitch is gonna do a giveaway. Lamelli will do a giveaway. I'll still do one before I go. Chat, shout out to you guys. I can't take credit for shit. Are you kidding me? That was pure chat. That was pure chat right there. This is perfect. This is a Tradeify Select account. You don't need to make 4,500 in one day. It's 45% consistency, or 40% consistency. So 3,500 is perfect. Bang, chat. Love you guys, man. Oh, man. I feel like that's all I needed. I feel like I'm back now. I'm so back. We won a fucking trade. Let's go. I love you guys, man. Let's go. Man. Always feels good to have a nice comeback. All right, let me... That was fun. That was fun. I enjoyed... Hey, and you guys, here's the thing. Here's what's crazy, guys. I should not be saying this as a prop, like, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if they give a fuck or not. I am a partner of the prop firms, obviously. Been very open about that since the beginning of time. Partner of the prop firms. Doesn't mean I'm in the know-how or at all. But I also have a friend that used to work for a prop firm. He doesn't anymore. And I talked to him. We had a long conversation in Puerto Rico one day. We smoked a bunch of joints and we hung out. And he was literally telling me, he was like, everything is a fucking coin flip on these accounts. Like it is, the people they worry about that they worry about getting big payouts and moving live are the ones that are not being dumb, not full porting. That's not what I'm saying, but are willing to take some risk, man. You got to be willing to take some risk with these accounts if you're trying to get larger payouts. If you're trying to just mimic your personal account and keep your risk small, all that, go as slow as possible, bro. But like, it was just fascinating talking to someone who worked in the space and hearing from them that, like, the other thing they told me is that prop firms, the longer, like, which again, this is just logic. It makes sense. But the more tries you take and the longer someone, like a customer who's been a customer for XXX months is more likely to get a payout than someone who just started, because they've tried more times. And it's essentially, the reason I say all this is you guys effectively just passed an eval on a coin flip, right? The first time we did it, we did 5 contracts. We got stopped out because the timing was off. The second time, I was a little bit more patient than the first time for an entry, but it was still effectively a coin flip, right? It was... I waited for something where there was 20 points if we're right, 20 points if we're wrong. It just goes... Prop firm trading is a whole different beast. And I'll just throw up my... Let me throw up my... I don't want to... For those of you who are new here, I don't want to sound like I'm encouraging degenerate behaviors, because I'm actually very non-degen encouraging. In the sense that I think you should use debit cards, not credit cards. I think there's certain ways to trade them. But I just will put this up to emphasize it again and 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 again. This is if there's anything you guys take away from me, and I do need to make a formal YouTube video about this. There's a variety of different ways to trade prop firms. One is play the ROI game, risk heavier. That's what I do. 2 is mimic a personal account, risk sub 10% of drawdown. For many of you out there, this is the right choice, right? You risk 10. You basically treat the account very conservatively. You maybe budget for 1 to 2 accounts a month. Like, that is a valid way to do it. Just don't look for $30,000 of payouts. Is my only piece of feedback if you're doing approach 2. If you're going at it slow, that's totally fine. Just don't have expectations of like, oh, I'm going to start making 10K a month. It's like, you're probably not if you're risking 2 accounts per month, which is totally fine. Just don't expect 10K per month because you're going to take losses. It's just going to be a different math. My biggest emphasis, though, is don't be approach number 3. I mean this at the bottom of my heart, guys. There's many traders out there, so many that I talk to, that try to pass their evals in 1 to 2 days. And then once they get the fundeds, they're like super slow. My friend who used to work for a prop firm, and when I say work for a prop firm, I mean like used to run, like was very high up. He no longer does by choice. He's not in that space anymore. He's now actually working on a trading platform. Epic guy. But he told me, he was like he literally told me, he's like this, and he told me that after I had already thought this. Like in my head, it's just bad math. When you try to pass the evals fast and you're like, I'm gonna go discipline and slow on the fundeds, blah 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 blah. I like brought that up to him because in my head that makes no sense because you're risking heavy, and then when it comes time to actually trade money that you can get payouts from, you cut the risk all the way down. Like, what? Like you need to take the risk though. And I asked him about that. I was like, what about people? He did a lot with risk on this side. I was like, what about people that like slam evals, but like, and when they get to funded, they're trading 1 contract. And he's like, those are a prop firm's dream customer, right? Because they're inevitably, because one, the way they trade the fundeds, they're never going to get some sort of max payout. They're never going to qualify for, they're there for a $17,500 payout from Tradeify or whatever the number is, right? Like, he's like, the way they trade, they're just never going to qualify for one of those, right? They trade the fundeds by their own definitions. They like take it slow or like trade it a little more safe or A+ setups only, blah, 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 blah. He's like, but when it comes to evals, they just keep slamming them down. Like don't be the dream customer for the prop firm. All right? It makes no sense. If you want to trade the fundeds really slow, just do approach 2. Trade them slow. Or life's a risk and I love that bitch. Nut up and aim for, but what is within your risk tolerance. You have to stay within your risk tolerance. Otherwise, you're not going to trade well. Whatever you do, just don't be the inconsistent approach number 3. The math just usually does not work well at the bottom of my heart. It doesn't work well. You guys just saw it. We just flipped a coin and an eval was passed. We did it twice. It took 2 tries of a coin flip to pass an eval. On a real live account, you could never do this because the drawdown, the prop firms are like, I've talked about this on a bunch of the podcasts I've done. They're effectively different trading. It's like different, right? It's trading, but it's a different game. On a live account, I love you guys. I would never ask, hey, let's go long or short and risk $5,000 like that, because if you have a losing streak, I could lose $50,000, right? But on an eval, the coin flip actually I don't know. Maybe I'll shut up. The point is, based on what my friend, I almost just said his name. I'm not going to say his name. Based on what my friend, who used to be a very high up executive at a prop firm that many of you and myself have used a lot, has specifically told me that those are they fear coin flippers more than they fear those who try to pass the evals fast but go slow on the fundeds. Don't be the dream customer for a prop firm. Don't be the dream customer for a prop firm. Either go slow or go fast. It does not matter which one, whichever one fits your risk better. But just don't be their dream customer. Sorry, that's my rant. I'll shut up now. I saw someone ask, don't they make? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say, sir. Is he doesn't work? He's gonna tell me how. Like he doesn't work for them anymore. So that's what I'm saying. If you were, they love customers. Like an ideal, I don't want to say love, but an ideal quote unquote sim customer is someone who buys the evals, slams them, tries to pass them fast, and then once they get to funded, they go to 1 to 2 contracts. Because they know once they get to funded and they're only trading 1 to 2 contracts, they know that they're never going to rinse them for a large payout, but they will continue to risk aggressively. I'm basically saying don't do that because that's what the prop firms who succeed when you fail. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that, is my point. Gold short setup is happening. Let me see what gold is looking like. And let me see what Mitch, check in on Mr. Mitch Dog. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Oh. I wish I wasn't getting copyrighted so fast. I do think I'm done though, my friends. I love you guys. I don't want to ask a poll again and follow another trade. But that was a W, guys. That was fun. We failed one eval. We passed one eval. All right, let me do a giveaway. I know. I'm still here, but I'm leading in. Once we got to 45 minutes of Mitch coming on, I'm like, I might as well stay until Mitch is, and then we'll keep it one big long show. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna order my lunch, which is the same thing every single fucking day at this point. Nando's. I love you, Nando's. And then I got 2 giveaways. Oh, Ron, perfect. No, not IG. Ron, you're here. That's amazing. I need 2 giveaway winners because the first time when I asked you guys if we were going long or short, you said short, we failed, we lost the account, but I said I would still do a giveaway. Then after that, I said if we did it again, I said if you guys win, we'll do a second giveaway. You guys did win. We passed we got closer towards the eval. This eval 635 is the one we'll do together as a group. We'll do this whole eval. We'll just coin flip it. Let's just do 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Bro, same. Nando's is so amazing. Yes. Ram, we won. I mean, I didn't win. The chat won, truthfully. Well, no, I'll take a little credit for that. I waited for the sell setup, and I took the sell setup. All right, my friends, enter up on the giveaway. Enter up. Just 3 minutes to enter. I might do Dishoom instead of Nando's. I've been eating a lot of Nando's lately. This place, Supernova, also a great cheeseburger. Guys, I would also love, if anyone has Amsterdam recommendations, please DM them to me on Instagram. I'm going to try Kosoet. No, I'm going to do Dishoom, I think. All right, my friends, enter up. Guys, great stream today. Even though I continued to struggle with trading, I just appreciate you guys vibing out and being here with me and the support. Awesome. Mitch is ready here to take over. What we're going to do is we're going to finish up this giveaway, and then I'm going to pass you off to the GOAT of Gamma, real order flow trading, Mr. Mitch himself. He's an absolute legend in these streets. And I am going, I'm excited about that. We should have a nice, guys, I really encourage you to stay on. Oh, I can't. I'm getting audio. Mitch, I'm warning you, you're going to get copyright audio warnings real fast today. I'm getting them real fast. I really encourage you to stay on for Mitch's show and Lamelli's after that. But give the show a shot. You're going to love it, man. They are amazing stream hosts. We're really grateful and lucky to have them on the channel. All right. Enter up, enter up, enter up. Bang, bada, bang, 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 bang. I am going to try a new place today. Chicken, similar to Nando's, but not Nando's. My cart is somehow $52. This is where my $5,000 payout. Truthfully, guys, my $5,000 payout that got voided, really what it was going to cover, is food that I've been eating, dog. I've been ordering a lot of delivery, trying everything I want. All right, we got our winners. Gandhi Trades in Pet Z 2026. Pet Z 2026 and Gandhi Trades. Have either of you guys won before? No? Let's go. No repeat winners, right? Wow, hell yeah. Oh, guys. First time winners, amazing. What you're going to do, guys, is shoot me a message. That's awesome, by the way. 2 first-time winners, hell yeah. I'm very grateful for you guys. Thank you for tuning in. I've got Lucid 25K accounts for you. What you're going to do is click my Instagram profile right there. Shoot me a DM. Once I respond, you'll be allowed to send me pictures. Or if you can send me pictures already, that's great. You just send a picture verifying it's your YouTube username. I have 4 accounts to fulfill because I haven't fulfilled the 2 winners from earlier yet either. But I've already wiped their codes off the sheet. So I just need to grab the more codes. So, all right. I got you guys. I'll get you sorted. Thank you so much for watching. Everybody, please stay tuned in. Mr. Mitch the Goat Gamma is coming live right now. I do miss my scooter rides to the beach. Trust me, I'm coming home soon. I'm very grateful for every single one of you guys. I'm grateful for you. We're figuring out something on past winners soon. Send me Amsterdam recommendations. Please send me Amsterdam recommendations. Love you guys so much. And stay on for Mr. Mitch Gamma the Goat. Mitch, I'm pressing stop in 3, 2, 1. Later.
All right, guys. Hopefully, y'all can see me, and we didn't drop the stream. Oh, shit. Still got my work headset on. Sorry about that. Yeah. Thank you guys for being here. If you're sticking around, that is. I'm happy to have you guys. It is a bit of a degeneracy day for this guy. Boredom is a thing. What's up, guys? It is a degen day for me, Ron. I've got to come clean. I got bored because I had no more accounts that I could trade because I hit all of my limits in the overnight. So I ended up just like buying a bunch of evals from a couple firms I haven't used. And I'm not going to lie, I've just been fucking slanging some scalps for better or worse. Blown a couple, maxed a couple out. It's been interesting. It's been fun. Today was a great day for it on the profile, honestly. So I am super pumped about it. By the way, Christoph, whoever said go to Anne Frank's house, I don't know if you guys have ever seen that video on of the guy who like works at a factory in Amsterdam, like a cheese place or whatever, and they're like, what's the most overrated place to visit in Amsterdam? And the guy's like, Anne Frank's house. And he's like, she's not there, you know? It's just a house. And I don't know why, but oh my god, that fucking video just sends me for some reason. Because it's just so awkward, but the line delivery is like typical Dutch, just like very blunt. And it's like the funniest shit I've ever heard. So check that out if you haven't seen it before. Yeah, I am in a trade for all these people that complain to me about fucking, why don't you trade NQ? Suck one. No, honestly, I would really love to review like the overnight action for you guys so you can kind of understand like why, even though it's not directly correlated and hedged in the overnight session the way it is during the New York cash session, the best short, the best trade, I would argue, of the overnight session literally took place at a key structure in the overnight profile. So we'll just touch on that real quick before I dive into what I'm looking at right now and why I took the short that I'm in right now and blah, blah, blah. But the positioning for the intraday, see if I can just get back to the single view here real quick. Obviously we're getting some big bidding coming in, so I'll probably get stopped out of my short. Go to break even on that one. Anyway, overnight trade. Let's get those overnight hours on here really quickly so you guys can see this. Where did we reject? Literally the biggest upside kind of resistance test on the profile coming into the morning. And if you caught that on NQ, that was like a 300 plus point trade, and we came down and kind of tested this balance. And then into the morning, obviously we got a further extension. You could have held that trade from the overnight all day long. On ES, that was about 60 points. But if you took that exact same trade on NQ, for example, and you look at where those things lined up, if you got in at the absolute tip top, great. But let's say a little more conservatively, 76 or 760, you rode that all the way down into the pre-market for 300 points. Easy. And that was just based off of trading this profile overnight. So coming in on the day, obviously the range was very much, to the downside. Why would you have longed from here knowing this is kind of the strongest support structure on the morning? Longs from there were very simple, at least back up to this resistance to see if you could, come here, kind of this middle balance, and see if you could extend. We could not extend, and we started chopping around. We got to the London close period, which I like to mark out here. So what happens after 10:30? What kind of happens at that point of the day is a lot of market participation moves out, and you are left with what remains. And basically what remained is you either held this area and drifted up here towards 76.30, which was obviously that big overnight resistance, or you trade back through the range to the strongest balance that is still there from the morning. This is why I took the short. I wanted to see it fall out here. I wanted to see acceleration through this strike that should give us that momentum back down to this range. Now the problem is we also have this thing called OPEX hanging out tomorrow morning. And if you guys aren't familiar with OPEX, all that means is options expiration. So a lot of longer term, contracts that have been kind of traded around or hedged or held longer expire tomorrow, which means that they will be very influential because it's like packing an extra trading day in to the week that otherwise would not be there, right? So if that is the case, there are some big key strikes that are kind of in this area around 75.50 on SPX, which is like 75.95 on ES, right? So why are we probably going to stick in this area? Because given everything that is below us, that is kind of not in the money from a put standpoint, if you want to think about it simply, Everything is trying to tell you this is like a really strong floor into the afternoon. And the only way you're getting under that is really, really, really strong volatility, persistent volatility. And we likely are not to get much more of that. So for my short, why I probably will put my stop at like 30 points instead of trying to let this run. I honestly probably should have exited there, but is because this last little bit of extension from the low of the day down to here is going to be harder because of just the passive buying that happens as we move into that area. So I'm sure if we look at VIX right now, it's rejecting from its high. If that happens, there's naturally just going to be a lift in the market. It's going to want to kind of bubble back up. So really what you would want to see at this point is more volatility, because if you don't get that sustained volatility, just like yesterday, what are we likely to do? Find the higher balance. So if we cover this strike, we should likely kind of go right back up to the current high of day. I just realized I've been talking at you and I haven't checked in with anybody. I'm sure there's a few of you guys who are new here that don't know anything about me. So I will make sure to give you and I did just take the stop on NQ for what it's worth. Just to let you guys know a little bit about me and kind of like what I do and why I'm kind of the Lone Ranger compared to the other Avengers on the RAKETRADES network here. How I trade is just fundamentally unique from everybody else. I say that in the sense of like I use something that nobody else uses. So even Lamelli trading ICT concepts, kind of the core tenet of his trading is still largely price action, multi-time frame analysis, right? I hear Lamelli say all the time, price is fractal. If it does it on one time frame, it does it on the other, which is kind of the main basis of the mastermind program, right? Multi-time frame analysis. What is the most confluence you can get when you're trading across multiple time frames? What gives you the best risk to reward opportunities out there, right? From a price action standpoint. So I started with the RAKETRADES system. I started with the mastermind, and that's where my trading took off. But I went another direction. I kind of pivoted because I kept asking the question, why? Why that level? Why not that level? Why was this one respected? Why was that one not respected, right? And it led me to wanting to know more about gamma. Gamma is something you hear a lot about, right? If you're an Incredible Hulk person, if you're a comic geek, you know, there's that version. But really all gamma is just the sensitivity to price movement, right? If you want to make it really, really, really simple. Obviously, if you want to know more about this stuff, I can help you through that. But just from a very basic standpoint, as price moves around and market makers are taking trades from people, right? They're the liquidity that you need to take your options trades. So just like we've got all these contracts expiring tomorrow that big firms and big customers with a lot of money are using, right? To hedge their futures trades or hedge their bond trades or hedge their Forex trades. When you take an option trade, there's a market maker on the other side providing liquidity. If you're buying a call, they're selling it to you. If you're buying a put, they're selling it to you. And as long as they have all of those different positions open for all of the different customers they're servicing, they're trading futures to hedge that, right? So depending on how price is moving in the market, they are responding because they have to. They can't lose their ass by offering you that trade and holding it for you on the other side without having to do some hedging. So the idea is, if you know where they're positioned and how many positions they're holding and how they're holding them, meaning do they have to buy futures? Do they have to sell them? How many? How few? How much of an impact could that have as price moves to that area? You can take some incredibly high probability trades and you can have incredibly tight risk to reward ratios if you leverage that in your trading. And the reason why is because it's data. It's cold, hard fact. It's truth, right? You can't alter the fact that someone is provably, demonstrably sitting there holding a position. And because they're holding thousands of contracts, 3,000 contracts right here, right? If price stays under that and there's any momentum to the downside, market makers are assisting that move. They are selling a fuck ton of futures as price moves that direction, right? So it just kind of reinforces the trend. Why do you get trend days some days, but choppy range days on others? Well, we can get into that. A lot of that is because of the positioning structure, right? What do they have to do? Because those options expire. It's not like a futures contract where it's just worth this, right? It is literally susceptible to moves in time and space. Is it in the money or out the money? And is it in the money or out the money by the time it expires? How that changes that option's value is what dictates what the market maker, response is going to be. So in this case, we are under this strike. All of these other red strikes are acting the same. Market makers, as price moves into them, are going to sell with that momentum. But the other thing is also true about down here with these arrows. All of these positions they hold, spot price is currently above them. So market makers for these positions are really just in the background every few minutes buying futures, buying futures, buying futures. The only thing that changes that reaction or equation is if price moves into them. So all of the green positions are market makers long, meaning if market makers are long above us, they're selling until we're over them, right? If we are over these positions down here, as price moves into them, market makers are buying futures. They are slowing the selling down. So if we want to go back and look at this morning's positioning before kind of the intraday changes, and why, in the face of this kind of very strong sell, would you be advocating for longs in this area? Because this is all supportive until it's not. And if you know just locally, as price moves into these areas, that's a lot of buying, presumably, that they would have to do. I can take a really great risk to reward trade here and say, I'm going to give this at least 10 points. And I'm going to target here. Maybe not as attractive, more like a 1R trade. But what makes it attractive to potentially get up here? Well, I know that if I cover this strike, I should go test this strike. And if I cover that one, it should actually propel me up here. Obviously that picture changed around the London close, right? We just kind of were under that resistance and we couldn't really break out. But as far as the best long on the day, the cleanest long on the day, being in this area is because you knew there was going to be buying in that specific place, right? And it's hard to argue with the result. The other part of this is, what about these positions means that volatility should expand or contract, right? So as we got down here, these green positions also do what's called absorbing volatility. If implied volatility expands rapidly, right? Because you're getting momentum moves. These dealer long positions, because of how they function, they slow price down, which means they absorb volatility. If that IV doesn't keep expanding, the values of those contracts are doing what? They're changing. And the change in that volatility has a change in the price of the thing they hedge, which means one action has an opposite and equal reaction more often than not, right? So what happened to VIX? Got absolutely crushed. And what happened when it got crushed? A natural lift in the market. So if you understand these relationships about how these things work, you kind of can come into the day and be like, ooh, are we kind of setting up for a range day? Do we have an opportunity for a trend day? If so, where is the strongest likelihood of that happening, right? So you don't have to geek out and know everything about all the Greeks and how they all function, but you can make some very simple determinations on an if-then basis to take your trades on a probability standpoint. Where is it less probable for me to go short any further, right? Just like me. Why did I kind of place my stop here on that NQ trade? Because the odds of us going down here, this extra few points, is probably not going to be as clean as it was from up here to down there, right? So I'm not going to be a dick for a tick for this last little bit, especially when I know there's a positioning that if we actually get any kind of bidding and any of this volatility continues to fall, the odds of this snapping right back up into this area is quite high. And I don't really want to get caught in a kind of a squeezy move, right? So I'm happy to exit in that particular area. But the difference between today and other days is that I don't necessarily love longing from here again, just because of OPEX and some of the flows and the things that are going on out there. And I just think there's a lot shifting around in the market. There's a lot of other things going on that just don't really make me warm and fuzzy about longing. I actually tend to think we're going to get stuck in like a really vicious range potentially. But, you know, the difference between us finishing higher or lower probably centers around what we do at this kind of main 75-95 area. And again, the fact that it's a big OPEX strike means that we could also kind of get magnetized in this area and just chop to absolute death. But if we do fail to recover that, I also know if I want to short, my target should really pretty much end with 75-70-ish. I don't know that we meaningfully, you know, get a new low of the day necessarily. So that was the longest introduction that turned into a primer on what I trade and how I trade it. So apologies, very long-winded, obviously. But yeah, if you guys have questions on this stuff, feel free to throw them out there. But this is how I trade. And like I said, I traded the overnight very successfully, and then I just went I got really bored and spun up some new evals and just I was trading like unbelievable amounts of minis on NQ. Like, I think I forgot what the micro to mini thing is on NQ because I don't trade it as heavily as ES, and I literally was in like 40 micros. So I hit my eval 50% and stuff pretty quickly. Yeah, but now I'm just kind of sitting here, just waiting. So if anything, this is a great chance to ask questions, get introduced to something new. If you guys want to know more about how I trade it, ask away. If you want to know more about how something functions, ask away. We can also kind of go over some diagrams, some things that I share in the Discord that are new for pre-market plans and things of that nature that I'm kind of excited about. Yeah, Disco, I do. That's a good question. So in the Discord, what I was doing before is I was essentially like throwing a version of this chart out there and drawing little bubbles on it. And what I've done is I've spent a lot of time over the last year and a half documenting every day of price action I've ever traded with this methodology, and essentially like put my brain into a Claude agent and I have it evaluate everything. So yesterday was my first time doing it, and it was actually kind of fun to see, but I have like a kind of a trade recap of if you only traded these structures and you looked for 10 points on ES as your baseline for profit, literally like 90% of the trades hit at least 10 points before they failed. And failure means like running back to full stop loss, right? So they hit at least 10 points of profit before getting stopped out. So if you even said 10 points to break even, it's an even higher success rate, right? And then the mass expectancy yesterday was either 20 points or like a maximum of 40, because we essentially caught the low yesterday down here. And if you took that same trade on NQ, for example, like during the stream, someone asked, why don't you trade NQ? And I said, I would. I'm done trading today, but this is the best spot. And from this area, NQ, I think you got an even crazier return, like a 300-400 point move off that. So there is some really exciting stuff that I can share that I'm excited to share more and more in the Discord with people about like the probability basis, right? If you look at, let's see. Actually, this is kind of a version of what I share. So I don't know if you guys can even see this or not. Probably not. There we go. So let me know if can you guys see that all right? So this is kind of like your pre-market plan. What are the probabilities coming in on the day for scenarios? So I have this listed for ES. And basically coming in on the day, it was assuming we would have a box day, meaning we are range bound. And then it gives you the potential outcomes for like stretching beyond a spot, and then what are the odds of it like coming back? Like if you do extend outside of the range, where is it likely to come back to, right? So we obviously never actually broke beyond kind of what it considered the gate of the day, and we are essentially stuck in a box. We haven't actually really broken meaningfully lower, but this is the kind of thing that gives you the probabilities based off of prior behavior with these structures. Gives you kind of the map of what the potential expectations are around these areas. And then this is the one that I like the most, if you guys can see it. This is kind of like the potential paths. And this does update throughout the day, but I just share it in the morning as like, given the spot price, what does that actually look like? And then what do the options bets reflect from an implied distribution? Meaning, given all of the options that are sitting there for today within 2 times of the expected move, what profits the most? Like what general area would we likely kind of adhere to if everybody got their piece of the pie from a profit structure? So this is something that I've been putting together and I share in the Discord for our pre-market plans. So it is based on something. It is not just me hypothesizing, and I'm excited about where that goes. But that is something in the Discord. God damn it. Sorry about that, guys. I gotta get better about doing that. I forgot if I share the browser. Did you guys even hear what I said? Or was it too much echo? Yeah, I've probably lost a shit ton of people on that. Still echo? Difficult to follow. All right, I'll go over it one more time if you guys want. Obviously, we're continuing this kind of grind down. This is what you would expect in this situation. Like we talked about before, this arrow, this path, as long as you're under this strike, the expectation is that you continue down. Vol seems to be kind of persistent. Even if it spikes, I think it might get you down here. I don't think it gets us under it. That's just my opinion. You should be gifted eval accounts for this, says Chance. I think, Chance, you're just very, very sensitive to echo. Fuck you. Just kidding. Yeah, but I'll just go over that one more time so you guys understand it. Here we go. Hopefully there's no echo on this. I need to confirm. Echo, no echo. Am I good? Anyway. Basically, every day, this is what I share in the Discord now, are the scenarios on a probability distribution. Like, given the range, the size of the strikes, the current straddle price, volatility structure, what are the probabilities of these kind of general scenarios? Like, do we get a breakout trend? Do we maybe stretch the edge of the range and then fade back? What is like the downward path if you had to sell? And then what are like the ideas of like a tail day? Like where do you, like if you gap up and you keep going, what would that look like? Where would you go? The overall structure of the levels. And then this is kind of the other fun one is, given those levels, what do those kind of generally look like if they were to play out on the chart? So yeah, super excited about that. And then the other thing that I've been doing again, that I can draw some attention to that was really fun from yesterday is this one, which, if I can share it with you guys. Bear with me here. I think it's kind of exciting. So let me grab this. So this was basically, oh, sorry, that's ugly. This was essentially yesterday's trade performances, where you look at like a 1-hour trade. If you took it exactly at the strike itself versus 5 points before it reached the strike versus 5 points on the other side of the strike, what like the expectancy of profit was. So you can see the overall 16-point winner, 38-point winner, 12-point winner. This one would have only got 6 points before it got stop ran, 43 points. This was all available yesterday in this time period from like when the stream started to when it was over. And then obviously in the afternoon, those trades were less successful. You only had one positive one because of the time to expiry, right? It was more of like scalpy stuff. But this is the kind of stuff where like, without me telling you what to do, if you just took the very basics, long from the long strike, just before at 5 points, 5 points after it, right on the strike itself, versus, shorting from a similar position, you can see how the trade expectancies worked out. And all of them, again, had a minimum profit of at least 10 points on ES. So if you took that trade on NQ, for example, you'd probably have a higher expectancy. But all of them were profitable before they ever touched their stop or went break even. So I think that's a hugely promising thing to start sharing with people. So hopefully that is something that is attractive to you if you are hanging around in the discount or in the Discord. I'm only here for evals. Man, you guys are wild. I don't know what's going on in that chat, but I'm not going to get distracted by it. I can't tell if people are shit talking or what's going on. It's too small. Are these based on the pre-market levels? There's pre-market and intraday. Blue. The screenshot I was sharing. You couldn't see that? All right. I mean, I thought it was kind of clear. But I can share that. If you're in the Discord, it'll be there at the end of the day for today as well. But this is kind of what we're looking at here, guys, is if we can cover this strike and hold this, you should get a natural lift. I think we're already seeing some of the vol come down, which again, kind of has a natural response, especially through ranges like this, to give you a really easy lift. Yeah, I forget a lot of you guys are watching on the phone. Yeah, I think, again, this is just one of those things for people, even if you're a new trader, and you find yourself susceptible to emotional trades or like a degen day like me today where I'm just fucking around. I don't really care about this eval or where it goes, right? I think this is something where if you're looking for really, really strong confluence and like I lack the confidence to pull the trigger on the trade, I just want to know that this has a better chance of working out than not, right? Everything is obviously a 50-50 coin flip, right? But I think what's beneficial about this is you at least know something for sure. You know that there's X amount of something sitting there that has to happen. Now, what makes it happen and then get continuation? Is there something that you can see that makes it more probable or less? If you had a bias coming in, does it confirm your bias? Does it make you have some pause? For me, the thing I always talk about is I really identify with this idea of if, then, unless. If I think we're going to go up, then it has to at least go from here to here based on what I see with the positioning, right? So if I think we're going to trade from here to up here, is there anything really in our way once we cover this strike? No, it should go here before it meets resistance. So if we cover this strike and hold it, then I think we extend to here. If we get there, then I think we get some potential resistance and selling because of all of this. And there's only so much time left in the day, unless we get more volatility dropping, which makes it easier to push past this thin position and continue to the strongest balance up here. Unless volatility persists and we reject here, then I think we come back here. If, then, unless, right? I'm willing to place my bet down here because I know I've got the support down here and I know there's only so much time left in the day, so this is probably the best spot I'm going to get for a long this afternoon. If, then, unless, right? And so far, that if, then is working out. Just like we talked about at the start of the stream, I don't know that we go much lower. Unless volatility persists. And what happens as we work down into this area? Volatility did not persist. In fact, it dissipated. And we got an immediate response. Now, do we hold here and continue? That's the if-then we're waiting to see play out. If you took a long as NQ broke value area low, you'd be at 700 points profit right now. Cool story, dude. Where do you think some of those things line up with, Chance? It's just kind of weird. You're like antagonizing people. I think what you would find is anyone who trades order flow or uses volume profile, because that's auction market theory, right? People want to buy low and sell high. What a fucking concept, right? But generally speaking, where those value areas end up being produced is also a reflection of kind of the hidden flow in the market, which is the hedging dynamic, which is billions and billions of dollars, right? If you think that just like Joe Schmo is out there going, haha, I'm buying here, and my buy means anything, I think you're sadly mistaken, right? Obviously, there is the active flow in the market. That's something we talk about with this structure all the time. The market maker positioning is essentially influential as price interacts with it. When there is less positioning, there is less influence there, right? Someone would call that a low volume node, okay? But that influence, absent active flow in the market, is generally what kind of drives the boat. If you are floating on a river and there's a current that takes you a certain direction, the only thing that's going to fight a current working against you is active effort. Someone's got to row the boat. You need some wind in your sail, right? And that is what this is. It's increasing the probability that you move from one place to the other, because passively speaking, something is helping you. If there wasn't this passive flow in the market, if there wasn't this market maker position in a hedging dynamic, if you got strong selling and there were no buyers for another 300 points, we would have insane range days. But we don't, and it has nothing to do with volume. It has to do with a dynamic that says, I'm buying here, I have to buy here. I'm selling here, I have to sell here. Why is the range expected on the day producible to only this amount? Because it's that combination of what all of these things infer. Volatility is a huge part of that. People are frustrated right now because we're in a very low volatility environment. Ranges seem to get set and stuck. We trend a little bit and then we stall out and then we revert. That is what happens when there is low volatility. It means there is high liquidity. That there's so much agreement on price, the distance for you to travel is just inherently smaller. So, if you have a lower volatility environment, that's the norm. If you have a higher volatility environment, that infers there is less liquidity. It is more spread out before people are agreeing on it. And generally, you will see that reflected in the positioning. You will see far more of the red interspersed with the green. You will traverse much larger ranges. The straddle coming in will not be 20 points and 30 points. It will be something more like 50 and 60 when you have these more volatile environments, right? So we are kind of getting to a point here as we near this OPEX where that is likely to be the case soon. You are not going to have this low volatility grind. We are probably going to get moving. But that doesn't happen without these options flows. it's no coincidence that record levels of zero-date options trades have taken place in this market over the last 3 years. And it has fundamentally changed how the market moves. If you think it's because of volume profiles alone, I can't help you. I'm not saying they're not valuable, but it's a reflection of where something took place. But if you already know where something is more likely to take place, right? It's a really strong confluence. So anyway, I do notice my chat is much slower than other hosts, and I think it's because I just talk so much, so my apologies for that. But if you guys have any other questions, let me know. I think I saw somebody trying to flag one. Vish, I think it was you. Vish. I don't remember the question. Let me see if I can find it. Vish. Give me 1 second, Vish. There's a lot to scroll through here. I'm trying to find it. I had a sell order at 76.27. I did note a small resistance at 76.15 as well. I knew it could very well reverse from there, but the best RR seemed for my entry. How do you filter out which resistance matters more at that time? Oftentimes we push through the small ones. Yeah, so that is a good question. So if you shorted 76.27, I'm guessing you did that in the overnight, Vish. In 76.15, smaller resistance. Yeah, so when you see these shapes, guys, it's kind of like that momentum idea. If you cover a bigger one, you have more momentum through the next one, right? So I think one thing that might be actually kind of helpful to look at as an example is this. If you look at these as like tests, right? And we are pushing price. The market and all of the active participants are moving price. We get to one of these kind of levels and we clear it. We pick up some momentum, right? The bigger the hill you cover, the more momentum you have based on what's behind it. Now, in this case, this is a good example for like last night. If we consider this hill that he's struggling with, it picks up a lot of momentum because everything behind it was much smaller. So if we look at that overnight action and use that example in your brain, right? As we pushed the ball up the mountain, when we got here, right? This mountain peak and we struggled and fell back. We had a lot of momentum to pick up before we kind of found a valley to wedge in, right? So these smaller things are just hills that are getting in the way, but they just accelerate that momentum, right? So that is how I would look at that. Is I hope that that image kind of gets you guys to understand the crux of what it is that's happening with these hedge of dynamics, right? The active flow is doing what it's doing. And it's either assisted or resisted, right? It's either getting help or it's meeting resistance. So depending on where these positions are, if you know that they're helping your direction or hurting it, right? It gives you that probability-based outcome for your trades that's really easy to measure against. What is the expectation of what should happen given what I know is here? Is it happening? Is it confirming something or not? And do I want to put risk on for the other side of that outcome, that expected behavior to come true? So today I think was a really strong day to watch for the potential rejections up here, knowing it was going to be a slower move up if we got it. And there was a potential to accelerate if we got some selling momentum down here. Obviously, we slowed down kind of at where this positioning started to thin out in an area where we know that overall everything below us is passively supporting us. So it would take more effort to sell down again because you need this to start going like that in order to get this move down. And we might just get it because, again, if you're under this strike, market makers are going to start reinforcing that behavior. I turned into the Undertaker. I don't know why. I will say, it's really wild in here. I painted these walls. I have tons of natural daylight coming in. But if I have one monitor even that has a white background on it, it's like fucking, like, I look like the whitest guy alive. And I'm actually quite tan. So, it's a curse, I guess. I don't know. Lay the gamma pipe. Oh, that's funny. Do Discord members have access to your layover? And if not, is there anyone I can have a layover like that and make one? It's really easy, Jim Bob, to just clod it. The thing is to use this on your trading view chart like I do. You just tell Claude to make you a Pine script and say do this. But the thing is you still have to pay for the data to make this anything, right? I am using the VS 3D platform by Vol Signals. If it wasn't for that platform and me paying for access to it, I would not have this on my screen, right? So that is the caveat to this, is if you want it, it is data you have to pay for. I'm really sorry. Some people like really get upset at that, but I know that money is a limiting factor for people who aren't profitable, right? So I would say that if you are familiar with trading already, you have a successful system, and you want more confidence or confluence, I honestly cannot recommend this enough. If you are primarily an options-based trader, this is an unbelievable tool in your toolkit. There is nothing more liquid in the trading world than SPX and ES. They are the most liquid correlated asset that you can trade, truly. So if you know that, you don't have to trade any other option. You can use this to say, where are the other options positioned? What does that tell me about my most profitable potential trade? If I know how these behaviors work just on options, I don't even think about futures. If I'm just looking at this and saying options, 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 incredibly powerful to put on a butterfly or a spread on the idea of, if we go through this price, we should go to this one. You don't have to take a naked SPX call. You could take a SPY call. You could take an XSP spread or an XSP call. There's so many strategies to leverage the data on offer here. You could have made so much money on options today just from having this. But I'm also showing that if you trade futures, especially ES or NQ, right? It is hugely beneficial as well because they are so tightly correlated. And I think the proof of those trade opportunities from yesterday, just on the very basic structure, if you're somebody who's like, I want to trade a straight to funded account and I can only make $500 a day because of consistency rules or whatever. One mini on a 10-point trade on ES, if you're a 1R trader, right? If you're just trading 1 to 1R, if you went to the morning profile today and you knew what we were talking about here and said, damn, I know that we're probably going to slow down if we get here. That's a really big support. We've already slowed down a little bit here. I'm going to take a long, and I'm going to risk anything into this red box down to here, right? And I'm just going to look for 10 points or 15 points or whatever. Like, what's the biggest resistance? That trade was hugely profitable. It's like 2.5R, but even if it was just a 1R trade, if we just did 1R, you took a very high probability trade. If you're trading with bigger size, right? You're just trading these ranges. On another day, you wait for it to come down closer to that actual strike, maybe 5 points within it, like the data showed. If you're 5 points ahead of the key strike, you still made profit, right? I think that's something that is really powerful for some people that struggle to find the best opportunities and have a struggle with being patient. If you have a big struggle with being patient, waiting for something to come to your spot, it's a lot easier to wait for it to come to your spot when you know I have more confidence that spot price isn't just going to fucking fly through this thing necessarily. I do think it works for NQ Rye Guy, because if you look at the short that I took on NQ, and if you look at last night, when we look at this overnight trade, rejecting the biggest upside structure resistance on the night, if you just sat there and waited for that short, I took that short last night. I waited for that. I took an early stab here on the same basis. I'm risking, I think, if he's in here, Zach, if you're in here, I said I'm taking an early short. I'm letting 76.35 as my stop. I'm giving it 10 points. And if we get it, great. And I ended up cutting it at like 76.12 here. I just said, I'm not going to sit in this any longer. I'm going to wait. And then I just had a limit order sitting here overnight looking for this. And on NQ, that was like an instant 100 points on the first rejection. Right? If you go to NQ, if you took that same entry that I took on ES from that structural test, Ragai, that is like a 300 point move. A couple hundred points if you just got out here, right? But if you held it into the morning, it was like a 300 point move. Off of the best, simplest risk to reward range trade of the night. But if you didn't have that level, how were you going to know that was a very high probability rejection spot? Or at the very least, a slowdown area. So that confluence is really strong to me. Yeah, somewhere this indicator is just something that you can create. It's just a custom Pine script, but the data that goes into it is something you have to pay for from Spot Gamma. I prefer VS3D. There's options depth. There are other Gamma and market maker positioning services out there, but I think VS3D is the best one. Would the Gamma be relevant in Asia session or only when New York is open? It is the strongest correlation during the New York session, right? Because the options go to expiry at the end of the New York session. The influence behind this hedging is the most influential during that time. But I've been posting, Ron, if you're still in here, Ron G. Ron's in the Asia session. And I think he's used this on a few occasions, or at the very least, just like a reference point to be like, oh, where are some areas I should look out for? On top of his existing system and bias, right? But more often than not, where these key positions are and the structure is, the overnight session very much respects those areas. It's not hedged the same way, but it would be foolish of me to just say that no, because I trade it that way in the overnight. I primarily use this structure and these ranges to say, and again, even my little thing from this morning, right? What was the range for the day? I said it in my pre-market plan, even my little AI write-up said it. 76.30 to 75.90, this is like your primary structure, but the broader structure is this. So if you know that in the overnight, and you look at where we opened in the overnight, right? We opened a little higher, and we rejected. Where did we reject the first time? Where does that line up? I know you guys can fucking see that. Where does that wick line up? And we came down to where? Kind of the small balance area inside that bigger range. We came up and resisted under that strike. We wicked up into it, and the harsh rejection kick-started this whole move down. And we kind of held around this balance. And then we came up and we rejected here. And then we came all the way back down into this area, right? During the market open. Is my fucking mouse dying? What's going on here? Hold on a sec, guys. I think my mouse just died. Did. Perfect. Quick transition. I don't translate the levels, Ragai. There's no real way to correlate these levels with NQ. There's just no way to do it, truly. Because of the volatility difference between the two of them, there's just no direct correlation. But structure-wise, it's really easy to be like, oh, are we coming into an area on ES? How's NQ doing? What would I do in this situation on NQ if it got here? That is how I would generally use that. So hopefully that answers your question. What time is it? I want to make sure I'm not coming up on Lamelli time too quick here. Do I review NQ Gamma, or I rely, Hugario, on ES primarily because of that correlation. I know that a lot of people use like QQQ options Gamma with NQ, and there is some correlation there, but one thing is an ETF versus the index, right? So like NDX and SPX is the actual index that those futures trade off of, is a much tighter correlation with anything else that you could do, I believe. What do I use as confirmation? I don't care about confirmation. I know a lot of people ask that. I'm making a probability bet. If this comes into here, there are times where, like this morning, oh, strong volatility. I see we're getting a little wicky here. I'm going to let it work into this area. I'll mark it in and I'll just give it 10 points because I'm using what I know about this area. And I basically have said it before on here. Prove me wrong. Prove it to me that you are going to force a behavior that is different than what should be expected as we move here. So hopefully that makes sense to you. Obviously your mileage is going to vary, right? Like you're going to have conditions that are going to make you a little more wary. But that is generally what I do. More often than not, I will take the stab. There are days where I miss it because maybe I really wanted it to come down to me. So if we go back and we look at yesterday, actually, I think if you guys were even in the Discord, I know Ron can probably speak to this. I said in the morning yesterday, I actually wanted us to come down to 75.95 first. I wanted proof that we were going to hold in this area. So I took a stab long for a scalp, went break even. Came down here, it didn't quite get to 75.95. I took the entry anyway at 76.02, close enough. I'll give it a 10 or 12 point stop, prove me wrong. Got the long, came back to break even. But this time, doing that 2 or 3 times, I absolutely said immediately, I'm not doing this one. Because I would have wanted it to come down here. It did, it failed to hold it, and then we got the short into the afternoon, which I also took. That was on stream yesterday. We shorted from right around here. I think it was 97 actually. And because the structure kind of forebode that was it. And then we also said on the stream, literally right after it started, this is probably the best spot to go long on the day. I think it worked out. Anyway, but today I don't think I'm going long from down here because I think your base case is this kind of a grindy, drifty chop down or going straight sideways because of the OPEX positioning into tomorrow. So Cole, there is no hard and fast rule that I have for confirmation, but if you're someone who's like a price action trader, you could have come in here today and said, all right, I know we're getting into this kind of general support, strong support area. I'm going to take a 2-minute buy. And then your risk is based on the candlestick, right? That's your risk. And it worked out for you. Because you knew I took a 2-minute buy over a supportive area. There's your confirmation, right? Mine is close enough. I'm risking 10 points from here to here, as opposed to the candlestick. I'm structuring my trade more off of, I'll mark it in right there, and I'm going to give it through here. I got a slightly better profit return. You felt a little bit more confident because of the combination of structure and candlestick entry, right? So if I see the gammas in the morning, would those last all day until the next day, or do you need more real-time constant gamma? So I just want to be clear. Gamma is not the bars. The bars are not gamma. The bars are the net total positions. How those in total on the day correlate with gamma at large, you have to also factor in the entire SPX structure to say, are we in a positive or negative gamma regime? And what you start talking about is the idea of color. And then you start talking about speed. How does the passage of time between me at the start of the day versus 3 p.m. at the end of the day, how does this change the gamma based on the positions? The more influence the gamma has is towards the end of the day. So are we, speed and color are kind of terms around gamma and the influence between beginning of market to the end of the day. Speed is like, is gamma growing more positive or negative based on like direction and things of that nature, where color is slightly different in the sense of like, if you looked at like right now, just very generally speaking, this might be more helpful. Coming in on the day, the whole day's green. If I looked at a graph of gamma, it would just be green. It would just be positive gamma. Everything's positive. It's overwhelmingly positive. But then what happens is into the end of the day, depending on these positions, this is where you would have a little color of like, this is where the strongest little negative pocket is, because the strongest gamma correlation on the day is the 0 date because it's closer to expiry. So the influence of the gamma is very strong the closer you are to it and the closer it is to expiration. But overall, coming in on the day, it is positive gamma, which is why we have been range bound for days on end. And we are basically moving around inside of that broader positive gamma environment where there are these pockets for us to move in. We are currently in this pocket, right? As time goes on, that pocket gets smaller because the straddle gets smaller, telling you this strike is influential, but not this one down here because it's not in range anymore. So the influence of the positions we are close to is dominating price action. That's why I use the vice grip analogy a lot and why I draw these arrows. If you're not over something, you're under it. Where does it point you to? A balance between these two things, right? So why could we chop and go sideways? Well, if I'm not under any of these strikes down here, they're all kind of pinning me to a place on the chart. If I'm not over any of these, they are finding a balance. So our range right now is effectively right where we are. We are bouncing around between the things that are influencing us. The straddle right now is kind of an approximation of what the expected move is. It is down to 16 points. So if I come in here and I update those blue bars to 16 instead of 19, this is basically selling, 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 selling. This is buying, 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 buying. These are the strikes that are influencing what we're doing right now. So if we stay under this strike, it is selling. The closer we get to the end of day, that blue bar over here, this end of day, the stronger the influence of this strike is, whether we're over it or under it, to where we might end up. So you can see we might push up to here because this is like the strongest resistance. And we might push down to here potentially, or we might just end up getting sandwiched exactly where we are. My odds would be, end of the day, I think we would kind of potentially get this drift down if we don't get any active flow to combat that kind of stream, as it were. Yeah, Hugario, the thing is ES or SPX as an index holds more weight. It holds most of the strongest things in NDX, thus NQ. So there's more volatility in the individual names that make up that particular tech index, right? But the S&P is huge. It is the structure of the market. Nothing happens unless it happens with ES, generally speaking, right? So that's why sometimes when we get these periods of rotation or breadth or whatever, you will see it kind of hold up more as an index. The index itself doesn't go anywhere, but components of it might be moving around, might be driving NQ more, which is why it's more volatile, but the overall market structure is still holding. Like Jake said this morning, I was on his stream for just a little bit. We're basically at all-time highs, and we're at all-time highs despite a huge sell-off in memory and semis and all these things, because the breadth of the market has seen some broadening, right? Things have rotated out of certain sectors back into the market in others. So the index isn't moving. We're not like getting a nice big trend day of 150 points on ES. We're kind of getting a little trend and then we're ranging around. So if you can have an edge from something that tells you where the edges of that range are more likely to be, we are trading in a box until we're not. If you know where the edges of the box are, you have a huge edge. This also goes to the point of why I tend to respect the pre-market positioning more than anything else, because these positions are largely held throughout the day. If they were from last night coming into today, most of these key strikes hold the structure of the day. The absolute low of the day so far is just above this key strike. The absolute high of the day is still within this one. And we also knew this was resistance, but the strongest resistance of the day was up here. And if you're not flirting with that, you also know, again, this is the pre-market positioning, but what story is it telling right now? If I didn't even look at the intraday positioning and I was placing my bets on the day, I would have come in and said, I don't know that we move meaningfully lower than here unless we get really strong volatility to start playing in this sandbox. I don't know that if I have that rationale, then I think I'm trading. If we come down there, that means I'm looking for opportunities from here to here. I'm looking for opportunities from continuation from there to there. I'm looking for extension from here to up here, knowing I can't do that. I'm not going to get from there to there unless I conquer this, which should help me get through here. If I can't conquer that, I'm probably going to come back here. That's small. If I don't hold there, I'm coming back down to here. And if I don't hold there, then I'm probably going to settle up down here. If, then, unless. I have a plan for every direction on the day because of this framework. I am never without an idea. And then I'm looking for conditionals to say like, oh, is that very probable for me right now? What am I looking for to confirm the behavior I'm expecting there? We're slowing down. We're kind of hanging here. I'll take a long. Where am I long to? Well, I want to see us cover this. We rejected a couple times, but then we covered it. And once we covered it, where did we go? Straight to the top of the range. We chopped around there. We couldn't break out there. We held here, couldn't break out there. Held here, couldn't break out. This time we might get a failure. Also, the positioning slightly changed, but the key structure from the pre-market is still in the same places. We aren't really losing this floor. We are not really breaking above this area. We are pretty much standing pat right where that pre-market position was. The main key strikes from the morning are still driving the day. We just have a little bit of more color about what is available to us now. If we have a 16-point straddle right now, we are pretty much trading within the range of that straddle. If we cover this strike, we go test here more than likely. If we don't hold this strike, we probably go lower. It's just a question of how far and what this is or is not doing. Is it going up or is it going down? If we monitor that as we interact with these levels, we have a very strong idea of what's in store for us this afternoon. Man, sometimes I exhaust myself from these streams. I don't know how you guys do this for 2 hours at a time, but congrats to Ron and Jake and all those guys. I'd probably be a lot more fun if I wasn't trying to jam pack it down into an hour, but I feel like I give out a lot of value for like how I learned to trade this system and how it works for me. And it just like takes so much stress. But unfortunately, when you hit all your targets, then you start fucking around with evals and you become a degen for the day because you've got no other accounts that can pay you to trade. I was this close to buying one of those stupid Vanquish options accounts just to see if I could run up some SPX on them, but I decided against it. I'll just keep my cash in my TradeStation account instead. Anyway, any other questions? Your time with me is running out. Their favorite conspiracy theory? Yeah, I'm sure on certain slow Asia sessions, we've got to find a way to fill the time because sometimes that chart does not move. I was actually surprised we didn't sell off harder last night early because of the correlation of what we've been seeing in the overnights with Kospi and Mackay. If you look at that chart last night, that kind of told the story. But this initial sell-off, I thought for sure was going to drag us down a lot harder than it did. I was kind of surprised that it didn't come until about here, but that's my only Asia commentary. Yeah, Ron, I mean, that's what's hard. AI slap song. I've got enough. This DGen Hours one is kind of a banger. I can't actually hear it because I muted my YouTube panel, so it's probably too loud, but I'll let this play on the way out. I'm going to go ahead and duck out of here. I think Christian will be taking over, and he'll probably have a giveaway potentially, since I did not have time to run one. But I'm going to use this as my last plug. If you guys want access to the Discord and you want to see this information that I shared today, the pre-market plan and all that stuff, that's probably the best place for you to join and follow along. Otherwise, if you want to do more one-on-one on a mentoring basis to layer this in as your primary system or in addition to what you are using today, you can hit me up on Instagram. There's a WAP link there, and I am doing more one-on-ones. And I have not really been good about opening weekends, but I talked to my wife, and I'm going to do that to accommodate more people's schedules. So if you have questions, you want to learn this stuff from someone that you see every day that you can follow up with on the YouTubes to support, hit me up there. Otherwise, stay tuned every day for free, and keep plugging along in your trading journey, and we'll see if we can't get you to where you want to go from these free streams. But thank you so much for being here, and I am going to go ahead and duck out and get back to my real job, and hopefully you guys have a good afternoon with Christian. So take it easy, and thank you so much for sticking around.
What's up, chat? All right, testing. All right, audio's good, chat. Let's see. This down. All right, 1 second. Let me turn down the audio from my PC here. 1 second, chat. All right, we're good. What's up? Yo, Kevin, my guy. What's up, right guy? Audio's fine. Yeah, today's gonna be one of those sessions again where I am in a public setting, so it's gonna be an ASMR type of. Chris, that's the free one. Oh, I see. Señor, ¿qué pasa, my guy? Fish, what's up, Ray? Donna, Raga. Kind of looks like New York. Yeah, I'm in New York currently. Yeah, I had some issues with my hotel. So I had to come here and stream from a public setting, which again will be one of those ASMR type of streams here, letting people trickle in before we get started. Do you want longs? Yes and no. We are currently in a. I'll go down into price right now. Just giving people a minute to trickle in. Randy, my guy. JTP, what's up, brother? TML. Greetings, my guy. We do have a giveaway today, chat, which will run towards later on in stream. Lomeli, today's the day you freaking win, bro. My guy. We are due for it, right? Tell me when and I'll throw 5 minis out. My guy, no, don't do that. Do not do that. Let's see. Let's see. All right. How'd everyone do today, though? How's AM session for you guys? Mr. Brownie, my guy. What's up, brother? How was AM session for you guys? Did you guys catch anything today? You got any? No, it's my first time opening my laptop today. I was trading till 5 a.m. today. Damn. 5 a.m. Eastern time? Lost a funded, lost an eval, and 1 2K my other funded. Fire. That's good. Overall, good day. Fire. How was AM session for you guys though? Was it tricky? Are we continuing the BS that we've been having all week? Overall, good day. Do you also use TradeOver to trade for your accounts? Yes, I do. RT longs and YM shorts. Fuck yeah. Now an ES short. Now in an ES short. Yeah. You're in NYC. Yeah. Currently. Yeah. I had an MES short and MNQ long was in profit. Yeah, I haven't even looked at AM price, so I don't know whether it was a good trade, a good day or a bad day. But I did tuned into Jake's stream for a bit, and he scratched a trade break even. That's all. No idea how it was. Is the botter still around? I don't know. Perhaps. Are you the botter? All right, let's hop into price here, chat. What I am looking for here today is pretty interesting, right? Put this to the side. So initially when I was breaking down price, right, the weekly, let's see. The weekly, we are still in a range, right? We're still in a range throughout. 1 second, chat. Okay, so we are still in a range here on the weekly, right? After the big move we've been having over the last couple of weeks. There's not much on the weekly that we can really get other than the fact that ES took out prior week's bar and Q didn't. We got divergence there. The daily, we are in a range. All I can really see here is the bullish gap. Went invert. We got divergence at the highs, at the new week opening gap, and the new day opening gap here on ES. And yeah, ES and Q has already taken out prior day's low. So there's not much. Again, we are in a range. The 4 hour, we are currently delivering bearish here on the 4 hour. If we look at the weekly profile so far, we got divergence at the high. We rejected here on ES the buy side or swing high. Meanwhile, if we look at the new week opening gap, right? We have been rejecting the new week opening gap, the new day opening gap here on ES, bearish 4 hour fair value gap. But again, the weekly profile has been pretty rangy, right? We opened here on Sunday, traded lower into an already ranging session that we were having last week, traded back up to highs, and currently we are at the lows, right? We're at the lows. We have divergence here with ES. So if we're kind of going based off of how the market has been the last couple of days and the last couple of weeks, but I anticipate lower from here, not necessarily, if anything, anticipate higher. That's kind of what I'm planning for coming into the session with an overall bullish bias, right? I'm looking at how ES is, right? On the other hand, ES is looking slightly more bullish than NQ. Again, we have divergence. We're trading back into that invert after taking out buy side. And if we look at the fib here, we are at discount once again. So overall, kind of going to be patient here, waiting for the 1 hour gap fill to trade below to look for lower prices. But if we hold this swing low, especially after the next 20 minutes and trade higher, I'd be looking for 532 as a potential target, right? With the idea that the market profile has been pretty rangy, the daily has been rangy. Again, the weekly has been rangy, and after taking out swing lows inside this bullish gap that we have already respected once, right, in discount of this overall leg, I would anticipate higher prices to be the theme today, right? But I'm also open to shorts given the bearish delivery we've been having on the 4 hour and 1 hour chat. So coming into the day, I'm slightly patient for the first 20 minutes. I want to see how the hourly here closes. And again, if we close below the, 224 level, I would ideally love to see lower prices into the next levels, right? So I have 034, And I have 909 or 910 if you want to call it down below us, which would be prior week lows. But again, for me to take anything, I kind of want to see this hourly close here in the next 20 or so minutes. Let's see. That's kind of like the overall game plan that I have today, chat. Let's see. What's chat talking about? Massive sell order going on right now. Would push lower here or absorb. Little Melly gang, we active. Polar Bear, my guy. You take anything today? Boom. Took profit last trade of the day. 10 points ES. Fuck yeah, Praga. Praga, you've been killing it, brother. Been killing. I saw you during Jake's stream today. You've been killing it. Fuck yeah. The 15-minute here has been delivering, again, pretty bearish so far. We inverted this bullish BPR here. Display slower. And respecting currently bearish order flow. Now, we'll see how we react off these lows. Right. And that's going to be kind of telling coming into the session. Do we get divergence here to trade higher, invert this to aim for that 532? Or do we want to continue displacing lower, right? And trade below the hourly gap fill, the new 4-hour candle opens, and we get something like this, right? But ideally, what I would love to see is we trade back up, reclaim prior day lows, and trade into the 532. But yeah, literally just waiting patiently and seeing what market gives us. How's the 15-minute looking here? 4 hour. Captain Lomeli, my guy. 4 days green this week. Fuck yeah, Praga. On Lucid 50, bro, how much contra should I use on the eval? I think you should go more on risk amount, right? If you want to be really aggressive, 500, 1,000 even, right? Or if you want to be, but yeah, even then though, I would say anything less than that on an eval stage is not really efficient. I'd say 500, 1,000 per trade, and that probably gives you, depending on conditions, what is that? Maybe anywhere from 3 to 6 micros currently, or even more, 3 to 8 micros. Last week was more difficult. Might not trade tomorrow. Don't want to F it up. Yeah, well, me, I'm landing pretty late, so I'll probably not trade AM, and PM for sure I'll be on. But yeah, don't even expect anything or much from PM either. Only took it because on my chart that was the range is low. I see. Yeah, it hasn't been. How did Jake do today, chat? I tuned in towards the later end of the stream, but how did Jake do today? Jake lost a few. I was there for the first 30. He took YM, but I believe he got stopped. I think his curse continues. Bro, I think we're both cursed. Sorry, I had to pause at a chew. I stopped trading YM unless we are trending at the moment. What's good, Alex, my guy? What's up, brother? Then set up a pull to see which direction to take, and then caught a quick short to pass an eval. That's fire. Break the chin, bro. Break the chain, bro. Yeah, I think we're doing it. For sure doing it. Like I mentioned earlier or yesterday on chat, like you guys gotta understand market conditions, right? The monthly, just looking at the monthly, right? When we deliver away from monthly PD arrays, right? In this case, when the project started, we were delivering away from a bullish gap. Bullish gap, not only random bullish gap in, wait, no, I thought it was in discount. I take that back. It was a bullish gap on the monthly, which gave us clean action for weeks, right? It was a period of almost 2.5 months, close to 10 weeks of bullish clean action away from higher time frame PD arrays. Same thing down here, right? We traded into a gap, right? Even an order block in discount of the range. We inverted this bullish gap and got clean delivery from it, right? So when higher time frame aligns, with the PD arrays, right, I would anticipate price to deliver fluid in the lower time frames, right? Currently, how the weekly is looking, same thing. We're ranging, right? We're ranging, but we're still holding bullish PD arrays, which in this case would be this bullish gap. We took out the high here, and we've kind of just been ranging, right? Ranging, and it's because of how the monthly is looking. The last month's bar got this pause bar, this bar. I would anticipate us getting cleaner action until we take out the 517. Once we do, I would be waiting for the months to come, at minimum the next couple of weeks, to get clean delivery, and that's where I would, essentially look to put on size, put on be on the charts every single day, try to catch the momentum, right? You guys got to understand, again, conditions, the daily, even the daily, right? We've been stuck in this little range, kind of wedging. Sorry, Chad, I was a little quiet because there was people around me, but now I am all alone, so I'll be a little bit more loose. All right, so yeah, there was we're kind of in a range. Well, we're in this creating this wedge, right, currently, while ES is slightly stronger. We're still delivering bullish on ES, but again, understanding conditions and when it's optimal is key in trading, right? And again, understanding profiles, right? The profile here on on NQ is we are currently ranging, taking out the high, coming back to take out the low. From, if history repeats itself, right? The low would just get hunted to trade back up into the range if price wants to continue being rangy, right? We just got the hourly gap fill. Let's see if we trade higher and look for that 532 level. Given the same thing, right? The daily's rangy, so why would I expect continuation to the downside, right? That's me not really trading with the current market profile. If the daily is rangy, I should anticipate it and plan around. If the daily's rangy, the 4 hours rangy, I would anticipate and I would anticipate and create a game plan around that environment, right? Which that environment is not inducive for trend trading, right? Where you shouldn't be trying to, EMA trading in this condition, in this market is not, in my opinion, is not efficient. It's not, I wouldn't say profitable, but it's not efficient and it's not the way to go about it, right? But yeah, too choppy. Again, what I'm anticipating for chat, for those just tuning in, is something like this to happen. Maybe invert this gap and have the hourly close very bullish, essentially. So there's still, what, 10 minutes left on this 10 hour, this hourly candle. So long that holds and we kind of close slightly more bullish than what it's looking. We get the change of state now in the 15-minute. That'd be ideal. Ideal. Too choppy. He let the chat okay, I already read that. Do you ever use rejection blocks in conjunction with any other confluence on your entry? So no, I've never really used rejection blocks, brother. They're what? Basically, they are, this would be a rejection block, correct? For example, that would be a rejection block right here, right? If we're taking a 630 open, coming back to trade into it, that's a rejection block, right? I just never used them, so I've never really I guess I have used them in reversal trading, but never to like as a point of entry, right? I look at it more as like it's essentially a rake level. If you think about it, the open of a candle that changes trend. Again, thanks again, bro. I've been thinking to take off till September. Haven't gotten a payout since February. Don't know if it's just me or the market condition. Probably a bit of both. Honestly, it's a bit of both for sure, right? When conditions are ranging and conditions are just not probable, what tends to happen with a lot of traders is they tend to struggle, and from that comes bad trading, right? It's like it's an if then type of scenario, right? If conditions are ranging, traders tend to struggle more, and with that they tend to force more things, and it's an overall recipe for disaster essentially, right? So I think during the conditions, instead of doing more, you should be doing less trading. And I think I picked the perfect week to essentially take off. So I took off all of AM this week, and what better week than this week essentially. But I'm excited to get back. I feel refreshed, and yeah, it feels good. Yeah, it's taken off till September, August. It'll be a little too long in my opinion. I think a couple weeks would be enough if you do decide to, or even just a week, but fully detached. I still believe we go up around here. I have a range between 30K and 29,250. Oh, I see. We're at that 29,250 area. Yeah. So what I see again, brother, is again, the daily has been ranging. We just took out prior day's low. We're at the bottom of the range, right? We're at the bottom of the range. We are on the 4-hour. We traded higher just to take out Sunday's high. We traded lower just to take out the swing low on Sunday's low, essentially, right? So if profile wants to continue, we are at OTE of the range. We have relative highs up above us if you think we're still going to hit those levels. And we just took out again, swing low with divergence. And we actually have divergence at these lows, right? So if that profile continues and price wants to trade higher, this level should just hit to then trade higher, right? Which is why I kind of opened up the stream with, if price wants to be displaced to the downside, we have to break below this for me to consider breaking or changing bias, right? For now, I essentially want to see higher prices, and I want to see this get inverted to then target the 532. Why is it the 532? We have an hourly swing high, and right above it we have a 4-hour unmitigated fair value gap, right? And that would be high of day again. Notice how the profile aligns on the higher time frame and on the lower time frame, right? This, if we look at this action chat, this is game, right? Low, back to the high, back to the low, right? I'm anticipating price to be rangy. I'm not saying it has to be, but I'm anticipating. This action looks exactly identical to the 4-hour chart. The 4-hour chart, right? Low, high, take out the high, divergence here with ES, low, right? Or I guess this low, potential lower high, lower low, take out the swing low. So again, it's meshing, getting those reads together from the higher, mid, and lower timeframes to create an overall scenario, right? Instead of saying, okay, we've been bearish, because I'm sure a lot of traders look at this, they're like, okay, we've been delivering bearish, which again, I'm just creating scenarios for now, right? But I'm sure a lot of traders looking at this, okay, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. We're creating lower lows and lower highs, delivering bearish, respecting bearish order flow on the 4-hour, on the 1-hour. We just took out prior day low. I'm sure that 15 minutes inverted this bullish BPR, respecting bearish order flow. Let's short, right? Let's short the low of day on a rangy session, on a rangy week, at the lower end of the range. of the week, right? Let's just short this. Let's see how it goes. And that's the mentality a lot of traders have because they don't understand context. Context in trading is huge, right? So that's my 2 cents there. I believe this is the low for the day. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm betting on as well, or not betting on, but planning around. Hi, Lomelli. Say hi back. Tay-Day Trades, my guy. What's up, brother? Or I guess I'd say hi, Tay-Day Trades. Sort up at the first swing high. You want to be protected, then a second wick. Test the first one. Adrian, can you give me an example on time frame and exactly what bar? Just so I can visually see it. Okay, Alex. You said what you eating? Cantaloupe from Whole Foods. Just pick some up right now. Yes, sir. That's exactly the key, to do less. Fuck yeah. Less is more, especially in ranging conditions, which is counterintuitive to what most traders want to do. Morning wood with Nick. Are you deflecting, brother? Did you have explosive diarrhea today? I don't know why. Why would cantaloupe give me explosive diarrhea, brother? If I was eating maybe a burrito or something, I'd get it. The parasite. What parasite? Me? I don't know about it. Wait, hold on. Let my girlfriend educate me real quick. What? Oh, chat. I'm not tapped in. I am not tapped in. I genuinely don't scroll social media like that. So I'm not informed. I guess what my girlfriend said was that there's a parasite going on in fruit that gives you explosive diarrhea. Or in what? Oh, I see. It's not fruit specific, but it's just, yeah. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, so I haven't gotten that yet. Is this real? Like crazy loads of shit. Yeah, okay, yeah. Is that, yeah. I guess I'll let you guys know. But nothing for me yet. I'm trying to figure out where to place this mic check, because let's see. Too far, you think? Let's see, chat. Can you guys hear me, chat? How's the audio, chat? Cool. Just trying to place the mic. Well, Melly, what do you think of the market's drawing to tonight? I think higher. I would assume higher, but I'm still waiting for the reaction. GG's literally produce, fruits and veggies, lettuce and produce. Ah, I see. All produce. Lomeli, let us know tomorrow how your toilet. Oh shit. To be honest, I would just blame it on the food I've been eating here. It hasn't, to be fair, it hasn't been, my diet hasn't been horrible here, but it's been, like last night I had pizza, 2 slices. I had, before that I had sushi. So again, if I wouldn't say it's a parasite, but we'll see. I'll keep you guys up to date. Fruits and vegetables, lettuce, all produce. You'll get it in a week. No, don't. Let's not manifest that. So is that pray for Lamelli's girl tonight? I'm guessing for the explosive diarrhea. Lamelli gives Lamelli gives explosive diarrhea. Not what the fuck? Wireless laptop mic. Yeah, I think I have some you know what? I guess it's a good time to try these. Let's see, chat. You guys will be the test dummies here, or not that I'm calling you guys dummies, but test subjects. The test smarties, chat. We'll put it that way. Let's see how the audio here is with these microphones here. Let's see. 1 second. Let's see. Allow audio input capture. Okay. How's this audio, chat? Guinea pig, there we go. No, I know, but they're picking it up on my AirPods. How's the audio, chat? Is it noticeably different than my fucking big dinosaur one? It's all right, not so clear, sounds fine. Is it drastically different or no? I guess, or is this one actually better? Not as clear. Okay, not as clear. Muffled, not much different. Original is better. Yes, sounds further away. It's what I expect with that phone. Sounds good. All right, if this is a 10 out of 10, what would you guys rate these Apple ones? What would you guys rate it? Just getting a quick idea here. This sounds like you're talking into an empty room. The original mic sounds like you are 8 out of 10, 3.8 pale, 8 mic 9, 7 wired mics for the win. Not as clear. Okay, 5. This is actually good input. I'm gonna find a good enough. Yeah, they work. Yeah, this would be a lot easier to travel with. This. Huh? Oh, it's like hovering over. No, you're good. Use the wires for travel, save some space in the luggage. Yeah, I have a whole backpack for my whole setup, which I think what I am gonna do. Let me switch mics now that I have it out. Might as well just continue using it. All right, back to original, chat. How's that change? How's that change, chat? Significantly better, right? Marginally better, not that much better. Huh, that's interesting. Okay. So what I am going to do is look through probably Amazon. It is noticeably better, yes. But does it matter at all? No. I think it probably matters for those just tuning in, like new audience. It does matter, but not so much for like you guys, like the OG consistent viewers. Coming from Sound Energy, I prefer that, sure, but the Apple AirPods is good backup system. That's why I said wireless laptop mic. Plugs directly into your laptop. Yeah, I think that's what I need. I guess I should ask you, Noise Visions. Do you have any recommendations on a good one? Any recommendations on a good travel one that from your, I guess, from your experience? So again, the 4-hour just closed here. The new 4-hour candle opened. We did take out this low, hourly, 30-minute. Again, we're delivering bearish here currently. But again, I'm not comfortable with shorting anything unless we get below the hourly gap entry. Why the hourly gap entry? Or sorry, the hourly gap fill is because if we take out this low, that what level is that? Around the 225 or 220 level, I do see us getting down into the 910 levels, right? For now, I am, man, I wouldn't say bullish bias, but I don't want to short anything just yet. Given this closure, right? I want to be patient, and as I am, I wouldn't say 50-50, but I want to see more from price, right? For me to trade higher, I definitely want to see displacement to the upside. Something like this. I want to see displacement, and I don't want to see us kind of slowly get there. Like this is what I wouldn't want to see for upside, right? Because it shows no eagerness, right? And getting caught in that just to reject the hourly order block to trade lower is what I don't want to get caught in. So for this, I would much rather trade displacement to the downside, retracement, and continuation. And if that does happen, and if that does present me an entry, then I'd be happy to look for it, right? But for now, waiting, and not doing, literally waiting to see more. I want to see more from price here. Especially, again, we are at the lower end of the range on the day and on the week, right? So taking that in mind, I am patient. It sounds great on my end, crisp. Save that money for an eval. We'll click. My guy, appreciate you, Noise. Bullish. Time to be patient. Summer. Jake lost 50K last summer. Absolutely baller. But yeah, it's a waiting game here. Time to be, yeah. For me, what I noticed through experience is that as I kind of get more and more into this into my career, right, as a trader, I noticed that, or I realized that doing less, you actually make more, right? Like you don't need to be in front of the screens all day. You don't need to constantly keep checking your trading view app. You don't constantly need to be looking to see where market is. Like the better you get at detaching from trading, right, while also putting in work and doing your back testing, doing your collecting data and trying to get better, right? They have to play hand in hand. But I think detaching as a retail trader at home, doing it alone, is the number one skill that will move you forward, especially if you've been in it already for the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, right? Passive investing is the best way to go. Fuck yeah, I agree. But one thing I've learned is like sure, yeah, maybe I shouldn't speak about this. Never mind. I'm only speaking truth. My guy Fedel, appreciate it. What I realize is, I guess I'll say it, nothing in life is passive. Like everything will consist of work, right? Even if you just have to pick your heart. Like, what is it that you're willing to go through, and what work are you willing to manage, right? And what work is worthy for you to kind of endure the stress and the hard times? I think those are the proper questions to be asking yourself. Why is it a good idea to detach from your dream job? It's not so here's the thing. The way I look at it is like, we're human at the end of the day, right? Humans aren't meant to stare at screens all fucking day, right? We are social creatures that we're meant to be outside. We're meant to be with loved ones, and sure, although it is like I can stare at charts all day. Like I can and I've done that before, right? I've done that for years in my developing journey. I shared these stories earlier during the project, which is I would spend, when I first started, I used to live in San Jose, right? I lived in San Jose and I would spend hours at Dunkin'. Whenever I wasn't working, I was at Dunkin' Donuts, I was at Starbucks, I was at local coffee shops. I was literally, one thing about me is I never really liked doing work at home because I just felt like I would get distracted easily. So I had to get out of the house, right? So for me, I resorted towards coffee shops. And I would spend hours and hours and hours, and you get to a point where like staring at charts isn't really making you a better trader. Um, and collecting more data really isn't, like, collecting data is just a moving forward type of thing, right? You just, for me, like, I review the weeks, I review the months, I review the days, and collect data in that sense, right? As a kind of forward testing type of way. For me to sit down at a coffee shop, and I still do that to this day, right? I still sit down at coffee shops for hours and do work, but uh yeah, it's like I said, it is a dream job, right? But I think for me, it's more so like you also have to prioritize like being a human, like living life, right? And like I didn't, although the one thing I always tell myself is like I didn't get into trading to stare at charts all day. I got into trading because of how I thought trading could be, which is I would get to travel. For me, traveling is why I got into trading and what I've been doing the last couple of years, right? More so of and what I plan on continuing doing for the at least near foreseeable year or two. We'll see if things change, but traveling was the one thing that made trading uh, so appealing to me, right? The fact that I could do it anywhere and it's just me, right? In hindsight, I think there was much easier ways to make money, given how fucking hard and stressful and how if I were to go back and do something else, I probably would. But would I change it? Absolutely not. So it's kind of like this counterintuitive thing where I deep down I do know that there's much easier ways to make money, but but I love it. I think you have to love some part of trading to actually stick with it long enough to actually have you love it. Because in the beginning, it's like I would love to see the potential, but it was fucking stressful because I would just keep losing money. And it's like, fuck, why quit now? I'm already 2 years in. I'm already 3 years in. I'm fucking, I don't know, thousands of hours into my trading career. Like I wanted to quit so many times, but in my head, I'm like, if I go do something else, that's time wasted rather than just sticking out to see if I could potentially make it. Right? It's a small little rant about my trading come up, but yeah, I genuinely thought about quitting a handful of times, and I'm glad I didn't. Right? But it's when it's dark, it gets dark, and then when things are going well, they're amazing. Right? It's like you trading has like these higher highs and the highest of the highs, the lowest of the lows. And for me, it trading got to a point where I was like, okay, there's really nothing more I can really learn other than improve on a day-to-day basis, week by week basis, and month by month basis. Prioritize if I can become more mindful as a person, if I can do that, work on that, I can improve on my psychology and just put on more risk over time. I can really, really hit this, right? I could really, really make this a big thing. And that's kind of where my mental space has been at the last couple of years, right? It's doing less trading. Well, I still trust me, Chet, I look forward to every single Monday. I look forward to every single day trading. I look forward to it, but I think I'm at the point where I understand that doing less, being on screens less is going to actually make me more money, and it keeps things fun because I'm always looking forward to the next day, right? If you're thinking about the next day and already stressed, right, your body's already in this fight or flight mode, then I think that you're doing it wrong. You're feeding into some sort of uh like a minor addiction, I would say. Yeah, those are just my 2 cents. Do you teach I enjoyed being on the charts, to be honest. The ADHD, hyperfocus, attribute for real. Yeah, I agree. I socialize with my Grok Wi-Fi. Hello, trade plan. Currently waiting on potential. See if I get potential longs here. Something like that. Waiting. Hello, trade plan. Okay, I get what you're saying. You like that displacement? No. Have you seen the Vito commercial? Not sure I have, no. This guy's spitting facts. Who is he? My guy, Lomelli. My name's Christian Lomelli, Lomelli Trades, and I am PM host for the RAKETRADES network. So fucking glad to have you in here. NQ quick slam here and then hammer candle. I feel like you never thought about quitting. You chat, trust me. I've cried about this shit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna front. I fucking cried about this shit. I've cried about this shit. I fucking broke slammed phones. I've broken monitors. Like I've been through this shit. What would you say your budget is for Mike? I'd say under 300 maybe. Feel that heavy. Well said, truth. Like the mental capital is a real thing. Yeah, I got that. I genuinely got that from Umar Ashraf. He always preaches that, and I never really understood it until I started getting overwhelmed with trading. The whole mental capital thing, right? Yeah, if I were to say two big influences in my trading career have been definitely Jake Rake, as you guys all know, of course, and Umar. Both of those people have been a big influence in my trading journey. It started with Umar, as I was one of his back in the day. He had a program called SML, Stock Market Lab, and I was during COVID time essentially. I was in it, learned a shit ton, learned how proper trading works, and then it went on to Jake. So credit to both of those people. W speech, my guy. Appreciate you, Tay. Vito Commercial is a trader who only trades the first 15 minutes of market open for the most part. Oh, I thought I read commercial. Commercy. Vito Commercy. No, I've never heard of him, no. Yeah, I punched the air for years. I thought I was normal. Part of the process. I cry about it every day. I feel you. Bro, speaking to my soul right now. Biggie. I've never cried, but I've blown accounts effect for you. Lomelli been through the trenches. You've met Zhang. I'm on the stream when he is on Zhang. Oh no, never met him in person. No. I'm gonna see. Bro, when I used to blow accounts, I would think about it for days. Yeah. The darkest days for me were when I was doing cash accounts with TD Ameritrade Interactive Brokers. Those days were the worst. Trading feels like one of the old games where the end of the ocean is coming after you the whole time, and you need to run and jump over everything. Yeah, I think the fact that it's funny. It's trading is one of those things where it's the exact reason why traders get into trading is the exact reason why it's hard, right? I'm pretty sure I'm speaking to every single one of you guys, every 180 of you guys currently watching, right? 180 of you guys currently watching, you guys got into trading because of one of a handful of reasons, right? The fact that it was you have no boss, the fact that you can do it anywhere in the world, the fact that you can make an ample amount of money, right? Those are the main big three reasons, right? You're not doing it because you love looking at candlesticks. I would argue that if you love looking at candlesticks, you'd be somewhat psychopathic. Like, I don't think you do it for fun. I think you do it because there's an incentive in mind, right? There's a goal at the end of the tunnel, which is again, money, time, or freedom, if you want to say, right? So I think one of those three reasons is the same reason why things get hard, because once you get faced with adversity, once you get faced with a limitless environment that requires you to be aligned. It requires you to create your own guidelines or your own guardrails. Your mind, your brain, the way you're wired, the reason why you got into it is the same reason why it gets hard, because your brain subconsciously doesn't want that. It doesn't like that, because if you did like that, you'd I guess what I'm getting at is if you love to be in a cultural environment, if you love to be working as a team with people, you more than likely probably wouldn't have been gotten into trading, right? And having those attributes and those characteristics as a trader will actually help you, right? Because it would have you, you know, that's just me I guess spitballing at this point, but it would have you create rules, create guidelines, and be in it for the long run, because you genuinely, yeah, I guess I'm yapping too much, but what I'm getting at is the same reason why people get into trading, right? That ego, that euphoria, the wanting more out of life, out of time, out of everything, right? Everything there's to be about your current life is the same reason why people struggle, and that's just me kind of understanding that as the years go by. My guy noise. He said, make you do it for the mic info, my info for your info. My guy. Yes, well, yes, exactly. Trading really is the only job where you can clock in and lose your whole net worth. Brother, yeah. Okay, jobs have a good R to R. No, yeah, nothing wrong with jobs. Absolutely not. I would argue that that jobs have probably a better work-life balance, but there is a select few of degenerates out there that get into trading. Now I'm one of them. How do you overcome dealing with being profitable quickly, like in a short time? I don't know. That wasn't it for me. I had big winners early on. Like I bought into Zoom calls back in COVID time. I was in my head, I'm like, all right, everyone's on Zoom. Let me just stock up on some Zoom calls, and they fucking printed overnight. That's about the biggest early win I had, but that basically made up for the losses I had already incurred. So although it was a big winner, I was never really in the green early on. But I would say that for me, at least, like getting burned multiple times early on in my career kind of gave me that sort of callus that I kind of needed to develop as who I am, right? I think that if it's all been pretty sunshine and rainbows for you, I think that I don't know. I think that you should be cautious, right? You should don't let your guard down. Is all I'd say. That's all I'd say. Good for you and good fucking shit. You have a good approach. But I would say is always keep this in the back of your mind. Is always have your guardrails up. Don't think that trading gets easy, because when you think that trading is easy is when you get, excuse my language, fucked. You're missing this long. No, I'm not missing any long. You're doing great. My guy, Jovi, appreciate you. You're healing by telling us we are relating because you're opening up. My guy, appreciate you. You're a great speaker, my guy. Appreciate you, Elder. Thanks. I'll see you later, my guy. Appreciate you, Gold Chest Club. And thanks for popping in. My biggest issue is accepting the loss. I would say if that's what it is, brother, set a one trade rule for the day. One trade, one session, and do that for a month. If you can do that for a month, green or red, you'll have data, right? You'll have data, and you'll have the confidence to move forward knowing that it was indeed not accepting the loss. And all you need to do is prove to yourself that you can actually stick to a set of rules for a handful of days. And once you identify as a trader who actually does what he said he's going to do, trading in a way kind of gets easier, because you don't let it affect you. And that's what I always come back to, is like detaching. I don't mean detach as in like don't study, don't look at charts. What I mean by that is take it in the chin and don't think about it. Don't let it affect your day, your evening, your week, right? Just take it in the chin and move on. Lomeli just got on. Did Mitch stream today? Yes, he did. He was on before me. You hit the gym or not, bro? Honestly, no. I haven't hit the gym since Friday of last week. So it's been like a week. Best believe though, I'm gonna hit it once I get back. Minute. Yeah, what I want to see is a 15-minute change of state, 15-minute invert, and then some sort of pullback. A pullback ideally over like prior day lows, perhaps. Don't worry, I'll open it for you. I'll open it for you. The thing is, I just held it long and it came back, but I was 50 from blowing it and it came back to big profit and did lose money, but I still shouldn't have held it. Yeah, so if JTP, if it's a executional error that you're doing, then yeah, like figure out why whether holding was the right move or not holding was the right move. And sometimes, like, although it feels like it was an error because the expected outcome should have been better, sometimes it's not an error and we just perceive it as an error. So get to the drawing board and identify whether it was, if you did everything according to plan or if everything is hindsight, right? How long did it take for you to become profitable? I think I'm in that break-even stage. I would say about 3.5 to 4 years. Can you explain how to get that hourly gap filled? Yeah, it's just on the hourly, and it's that fair value up here. And we just got the gap fill here. That's all it is. Was there ever a time where you needed to make money? Oh, fuck yeah, Chris. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. I've never really had a I take that back. Because I did do construction for a while. I did flooring. And I would say it was good, decently paying. Or I take that back. It was really good pay. But I didn't do it for, I guess, I did it for long, off and on, but I never really did it for long in one period of time, right? So, yeah, I did yeah, it was a lot of jobs in that flooring industry, and that paid at the peak. It paid about 80 an hour, and it was certain jail. So we would do fuck, I don't even know if yeah, fuck it, I'll just share it with you guys. We would do prison jobs, right? Like we did a job in Soledad, and it was a prolonged. It took about 2.5 months, almost 3 months, and that paid well, right? It was really good pay, damn near 90 an hour, and that was about the highest paying job I had. Other than that, it was pretty typical. But the thing with that is that it would be very like it wouldn't really give me time to trade, right? It was very early. I would have to wake up very early, and I would come back very fucking exhausted, to be honest. Like, props to blue collar workers. Like, any sort of construction job, I feel for you. This shit is no fucking joke. I would get to the hotel, and yeah, my knees were fucking on fire. You'd be on your knees. You carry big ass rolls of vinyl. Yeah, it was. Yeah, props to you guys. But again, I did that pretty off and on throughout throughout like me growing up, essentially. But yeah, was there any time I needed to make money? Yeah, absolutely. Lomeli, do you use other social media other than not really, just Instagram and I have a TikTok, but I haven't posted on it in months. But I'd say just Instagram. Hey Chris Sammy, my guy, what's up, brother? Gotten great at realizing that lately. Fire. Fuck yeah, yeah. What you doing in New York City, by the way? Just change the scenery. Hugario, change the scenery. Like I said, I go back home for essentially a day, and then I go to I'll be in LA for a couple of days, and been thinking about going to Orange County. I've heard a lot of good things about Orange County, so we'll see either LA or Orange County. And then I come back home for about a week, and I'll be out again. When did you hit the inflection point in your trading career? I feel like I can become consistently profitable every time I hit a month of green. I go month of red, IDK, where I'm failing mentally. It sounds like, well, I guess I'll answer the first question first. Is I think for me, a lot of it became a lot of it became it felt like I was getting true progress, or like as Jay calls it, the Nike check effect or a Nike check mark. When I stopped doing dumb shit, when I stopped kind of I genuinely did it for so long that I would always, like, every time I did something stupid, I would talk to my girlfriend about it, and she would always say, just don't do it. Like, you keep doing it time and time and time again. And like Jake says, he had a talk with his dad or his pops, and for him that was his turning point. We're like, you're right. For me, it was just my girlfriend. It was just her. Every time I would have some shit, I was always in a mood, and she would always know it. She would recognize it, and she'd be like this again, this stupidity again. And I genuinely got tired of feeling so stupid. Like, she wouldn't say it in a disrespectful way, but she would just say it to the point where I'm like, fuck, like, I have to pretend nothing's wrong, but I also like want to share it with her, right? Like, it's, again, like, I felt like there was something wrong with me, but for me, I just got so fed up that I'm like, all right, let's work on rules, let's set boundaries and actually stick to them, right? Can I stick to them for, let's say, 20 days, a month, right? And if I can do that, you get evidence that you in fact are a consistently profitable trader, right? Or a CPT. And you just need data. You need information. Your brain is to see that. Because think about it this way: if you've been doing bullshit trading for the last 2-3 years, your brain's already hardwired to do dumb shit subconsciously. You almost like crave that. You almost crave like this sort of self-destructive behavior. As crazy as it sounds, right? It's like that's what your brain knows, and that's what your brain is comfortable with. Because maybe if you guys, or at least for me, I read a lot in psychology. Maybe your brain is hardwired to maybe you feel uncomfortable. You feel like you don't deserve some sort of success because of your upbringings, maybe some sort of trauma that you have earlier on. Maybe that's the way you feel and perceive the market. So at a subconscious level, you keep doing the same mistakes over and over again, not because you physically consciously want to, but because your brain is hardwired to seek comfort and seek what it is used to. And maybe your life isn't so bad, but you're just not where you want to be. So there becomes this mental conflict, right? So for me, at least, I understood that. And I think that from a psychological level, I understood where I was mentally. I understood that I was like in this same cycle that I wasn't getting out of, that at a conscious level, I didn't want to be in, but at a subconscious level, I felt comfortable in not comfortable in my environment, comfortable in a sense where I almost like it sounds crazy, right? But it kind of came through like self analysis and discovery. Like I was kind of like I felt like I didn't deserve more, and for me at least, it created this conflict of repeating the same self-destructive behavior. How did you overcome that needing emotion? Kind of what I explained right now, which is I just got fed up with it, honestly. Fed up with it, and I realized that trading is not a money game; it's a self-control game, and the money is a byproduct of you mastering yourself, essentially. Thanks, O'Malley. Signing off. My guy, appreciate you, brother. Irvine, as a native, I wanted to live in San Diego for a while. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, like I said, I don't think I'd live in New York. I love to come. Like I said, I've been here about 5 times now in the last, like, what is it, 16, 18 months. I love it to just come and detach and I don't know if I'd live here. Imagine hearing those ambulances and sirens outside of your window every night. Yeah, right. Yeah, this mic, I have the settings to where it only picks my mic up, or my voice up. Sorry, so people can be next to me yapping and it won't pick it up. Dog, explain to my girlfriend how I lost an account helps a lot. Man, chat, talk about explaining you blowing an account to a non-trader. Bro, chat, a funny ass story. I would explain. I had a couple friends, right, where I would talk about trading in my earlier career, and they're like, "So you've been doing this for a year, huh?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, been at it for a year, studying, doing all my shit." And they'd be like, "All right, why? Like, have you made money?" I'd be like, "No." Like, I was always honest about it. Be like, "Nah, it's been hard." And they're like, "Why is it hard if you know everything?" I'm like, "All right, it's because I don't follow my rules." And it just sounds so fucking stupid explaining it to a non-trader, right? And you're like, at that point, I'm like, yeah. And then I also went through a phase where I guess I'm still like, when people ask what I do, it's I hate saying trader, because then it opens up to either I get criticized, they don't think it's a real thing, or they just start asking. They're like, "Oh yeah, I have a trade on Robinhood as well." So it's like this weird thing. And for the longest, I literally, every time I would get asked that question, I would say I do um I do flooring, which is not I did it before, right? But I would say construction. But now, like in the last, I would say like year and a half to 2, I've kind of owned it a little bit more, for sure. Dog explained, oh, secondhand embarrassment helps become a better trader. Doing dumb shit, telling other people will flip a switch in your head. Bro, absolutely. Same here, and I still got a twin boy. Still got twin boys to deal with, pretending to. Bro, I can't imagine that shit. Chad, imagine having kids and blowing accounts and pretending like nothing's wrong. Man, props to you guys. For those that have kids and pretend like nothing's wrong. Props to you guys. Salute. Just order the power of the subconscious. Chat, I'm reading order that one, and I would say order this one as well. This one's amazing. Psycho-cybernetics. This one's I would say read the power of the subconscious first, then this one. Amazing book. I love it. Plan on reading it on the plane. How's price looking? Yeah, still, did we tap into yeah, not yet. Yeah, still not interested. For downside, I'd want to see us displace, like I mentioned. Displace, pull back. That's what I would want to see for downside. So literally still waiting. I used to long nearly every 5-minute hammer candle.
Okay. Damn, bro, it's like a therapy session for real. Appreciate you. My guy, appreciate you, brother. Trading goes deep in the soul with all the ups and downs. You will rarely get to know yourself. You will really get, yeah, absolutely. I genuinely think that all the self work that I've done. No, actually, I take that back. But I do think that trading will make you more self aware for sure. I tell people I quit. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Man, I can't, yeah. In the beginning, like, even to, like, I still remember one day, like, I was, fuck, where was I? Was it in New York or Atlanta? Um, I think it was Atlanta. Someone asked me what I did. We just started talking at this breakfast spot, and I think it might have been New York. And I was like, oh, yeah, I trade for a living. And then, bro, literally, I'm not even joking, chat. Literally laughed in my face. He went, I was like, all right, let me role play here. I was like, we were in line for, or waiting for a breakfast spot and basically, long story short, he asked me what I did. I'm like, yeah, I'm a trader. And bro, it literally went, and I literally felt so stupid. I was like, what's funny? He's like, oh, he's like Robin Hood. I'm like, yeah, I'm like Robin Hood. He's like, shit, that's fire. But like, it comes off like the energy was just not there. Or if I give you, yeah, exactly, literally, I've had that multiple times. Like, bro, can I give you 10,000 and you trade it for me? I'm like, it's not how it works. He's like, so why aren't you a millionaire yet? And in my head, I'm just like, all right, there's really nothing I can really do here. Explain to someone, I've been trading for years. I understand it all, and it's actually simple. But explaining, I'm not profitable. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Imagine your kid trolling you over a trade. No, I'm kidding, chat. I don't condone violence. Dude, I literally started to trade props and futures. My daughter was born 1 week later. You got to learn not. Yeah, in a way, it kind of JTP. It's a blessing in disguise. I mean, it's all a blessing, right? You having a daughter, like, right? Thank God. But it's a blessing in disguise in the sense that it talk about timing, right? Just got done with Swagey, solid. Fuck yeah, hell yeah, Alex. What was your biggest takeaway, Alex? Because it will affect the whole house. Yeah, that's one thing I've been getting a lot, trying to work on is having my P&L not affect my mood and trying to detach as quick as possible. Meaning this is what I mean by detaching, is not letting it affect my overall day, right? I don't identify as a trader. I identify as, first off, a human being who lives his life, and trading is just a small piece of what I do. The second book is Psycho-Cybernetics. Oh, was it always open? This one. The Crowd, a Study of Popular Mind. Huh, interesting. I'm gonna screenshot that, Hugo, or yeah, Hugadio. This stream helped me a lot with understanding the mentality much needed to be successful. Just watching you not trade helps me. Appreciate you, Zach. Yeah, I mean, not much we can really do with this action, right? My buddy's the only one who knows, and he's always asked me how the better is. Yeah, you always need to have. I think it's very helpful if you have people around you who, one, either understand what you're kind of doing, or two, are actually doing it themselves as well, right? As soon as you say you trade, they want to see 100K. Yeah, they don't understand that there's levels, right? Yeah, I think social media gives the wrong perception for sure. Those are the dudes that lost money in the market and they're bitter because they think it's just, I guess, half-assing it, you know? People just half-assing it and not really giving it the attention that most of you guys are. Blew my TPT today. All good, brother. You did it once, you could do it again. Just take tomorrow off, I'd say, especially with this action, and be back Monday. You feel like confining yourself to certain sessions, time helps, because I did SB on the 9:30 to, but yeah, I think that's a lot, Hugadio. I think that for sure 9:30 to 11:30. Do that for a month. Stick to 1 or 2 takes a day, and do that for a month, and come back to me. I promise you, things will change. With breaks, obviously, but charts are involved for many of those hours. Yeah, I think majority of people just get consumed with charts. I think that's what it is, because they assume that the more you do, the more you well, sure, in the beginning, like, you need screen time, you need exposure, but I don't think you should be necessarily looking to take trades as soon as you see something. For me, if I stay on for longer than 2 hours in the morning, best believe I'll find something. It's the power of the subconscious mind, Ray. It's probably like my all-time favorite. Beto, thanks, got you, brother. How many sets do you do for chess? Typically I'll do it depends, honestly, but I'd say 4 to 5 per workout. You have a good mindset, my guy. Appreciate you, Universe King. Yeah, I think it's all it plays it's hand in hand with what we're doing, right? I think that if your mindset is out of whack, it'll for sure present itself on charts, and vice versa. I hope you learn how to wait. I hope you can learn my how to wait. We are emotional creatures. We get to master that in our mind, and we will make a lot less irrational behaviors. We can count on that in every single thing. It's crazy how much decision with this state. Yeah, fuck yeah. That's mainly the biggest thing I got from that too as well. How old are you, bro? I'm 26. Had some crazy times in the market. I rode AMC from 12 to 250 and literally held it and lost it all. I'm hella bitter and realized that profitable one was possible. Man, crazy times. Yeah, that's a big swing from 12 to 250. Crazy. Yeah, during those times yeah, it's hard to really say should have, could have, would have, right? But it gets to a point, and I hope it probably was a big learning lesson. I think when you start seeing it, when everyone starts talking about it, is a really good time to consider at least trimming some, right? Yeah, I understand the whole hype. That whole era was crazy. Latinos don't believe in any of this psychology stuff. Made up last century. No mames, we got battle scars and keep on coming. Brother, I know exactly what you're talking about. They're just like suck it up and keep moving forward. Trust me, that's how I grew up as well. Trust, bro, I'm in that exact scenario. I'm a dad of 2, and I got and I kid you not, hiding all that from my kids and wife is crazy, pretending like everything is okay. Yeah, I can't imagine. But I guess it gives you some sort of like, for me, I can't imagine in the initial stages having kids and trying to go through this. You just need an extra layer of sanity, I guess. So glad I'm 26 and single, chasing the dream currently. My guy, Polar Bear, yeah. Perfect time for risk. I forget if you answered this, but why trade NQ over ES? For me, I just think it moves better, and I guess that hasn't been the case since the last 2 weeks. But overall, data tells me that NQ will essentially pay me better than ES will. We're in NYC. Are you staying? I'm staying. I'm not familiar with the area here much. Let me see. Midtown East. So let me see. So I wouldn't even know it's closer to the Lower East Side where I was staying. So price isn't really doing much. We keep taking out that low, the hourly gap fill, and we keep respecting it, right? So again, I'm not really interested in anything to the downside here currently, as we are again in the lower end of the daily range and the weekly range, right? So this would be the weekly range low, the weekly range high, and on the day, we've kind of been doing the same action, right? Ranging. So we're on the lower end of the range, and lower end of the range, and essentially looking for higher prices from here if we continue holding. Otherwise, waiting for displacement to the downside, looking to get a potential lower high into that 034 level. So for now, not really looking for anything here specifically. We just took out Friday lows, and so we just took out Friday lows on ES. So let's see if that's the reversal that we're looking for on the upside, or if we want to continue from there. For now, literally waiting. Do you think 10 sets of 3 exercises is enough if I do upper, lower workouts? 3 sets of 10 exercises of 3. Do you think 10 sets, 3 exercises? 10 sets, 3. Yeah, I would say that's good. I think so long you get in there and it's somewhat intense, you break a sweat, I think that it's good, right? I don't think it's necessarily. Yeah, I think that so long you break those two criteria is just get in there and break a sweat. I think you're good. That sounds good to me. For me, I prefer doing less exercises than just doing more of them. So if I get in there one day and I cable flies are feeling amazing, I will literally just, that will be like half of the workout. And if I hop into tricep extensions that day and they just don't feel good, then I just literally will do 2 sets of 10 and I will walk away and hop into the next work. So for me, it's all on feel. What do you got versus Spain versus Argentina? Chat, what a crazy game yesterday, right? Freaking messy. But man, it's a tough one. It's gonna be a good game. I'll be in LA when that on Sunday, so that'll be very probably do the same thing. Go to a bar and check it out. But if I would, man, it's a tough one, honestly. I want to say Argentina, but yeah, the way Spain's been playing, it's tough. Wrong typing. I hope you can learn from how to wait. I'm very good in overtraining and losing. I'm not your bro. I'm your sis. Oh, sorry, Helen. Sorry, sis. Learn from me. She's feeling along coming. Maybe one more test of. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm waiting for, JTP, as well. I would imagine having kids while trading teaches you patience. Yeah, I would imagine as well. I've tried all the bigger ones, Zach. The ones currently on screen are Tradeify ones, and they are 50K ones. But basically, all that don't have a trailing drawdown. They don't. That rules are pretty straightforward, right? Like Lucid, Lucid Flex ones are good. Tradeify, I believe Select, Top Step is still good. Although I don't like that rule, the Top Step rule, where you have to make after a withdrawal, you have to make more than the amount that you had already had. That's, for me, it's a stupid rule. But yeah, all the major ones that have pretty decently easy rules, I fucks with. Power hour is going to be rough today. Yeah, I think that waiting is the best thing we can do here. I hate holding past the 330-ish too. Feels, yeah, for me, I try to stay like if I don't take anything before 12, or what is that, 3 p.m. Eastern, I don't really like to look for anything, right? But yeah, I mean, if it comes, it comes. Yeah, yeah, Jugario. Argentina's been clutch in the last couple of games, right? I feel like they're, yeah. I think this last game, Messi was definitely a huge role in them advancing. Need a Lomeli workout while the trade plays out. 2 goals, bro. Yeah, crazy. 2 goals in 6 minutes is wild for sure. Well, France just shut the bed. My dad was pissed. He's French and was like the whole. Lomeli's the Arnold of trading. My guy. No, I think the Arnold of trading would be the strong trader, dude. I'll give him that one. In Netherlands, it's becoming a little difficult to trade the close funded. Yeah, that a lot of countries don't really fucks with prop firms, right? Is that where you reside from, Helen? Netherlands? What's up, Lomeli and gang? Sorry I'm late today. How we look at my guy Adam. Don't be sorry, brother. Adam, you never miss, and I'm grateful. Your videos have huge value for trading and psychology. Every stream is a step forward in this journey. So thank you. My guy, appreciate you, Jay. Yes, I'm Dutch. Fire, hell yeah. What time is it out there currently? The session will probably just give us nothing at this point. Yeah, I think so long we hold the 225 level and we just range in this zone, I'm not really interested. Again, like I mentioned, for me to trade lower, I want to see displacement past that level. So then look for a potential lower high. The new hourly candle is going to open here soon, which again didn't really give us much. So again, the only thing that would give me an entry here is displacement here on the 15-minute. Then look for a pullback and trade lower. Or again, vice versa to the upside. Yeah, if nothing really presents itself in the next 15 or so minutes, I'll probably call it early. Given I do have a flight coming up. It's 20:58, so 21. That would be what? 11, 12. 3 hours before midnight. That would be what? 11 p.m. for you. I'm tripping. 9 p.m. I'm tripping. Looks like NQ is battling low of day for shorts. You ever try scalping like 40-point trades on NQ? I did in the beginning, or not on NQ, but on names. In the beginning of my journey, I would essentially scalp options, right? On Tesla, Amazon, Nvidia, but yeah, not on futures. $9 in the evening. Sheesh, so you're literally getting ready for bed, Helen? That's a pretty good time, honestly. Like when I was in Japan, market would open at what was it, 10:30, I believe. And yeah, market would open at 10:30 and I loved it. Like I mentioned it earlier in the last couple of weeks, which is I would trade. Right after that, I would go get food. I would go either get ramen or there's a lot of spots that were open, but I genuinely love that time. I'd go to bed whenever and wake up whenever. Calling it a day here before I lose all my profits. Y'all have a nice evening. My guy, Fedel, appreciate you, brother. Have a good one. So again, we do have, let's see. The hourly has these relative equal highs sitting up above us on ES, which are also a potential target here. I just need to see displacement. We'll see if this next, what is it, 13, 12 minutes on this 15-minute bar gives us that. And if so, we might have something here. Are you in buys? No, I'm not in anything. Currently waiting. Do you go to failure every exercise? I try to, yes. For me, what I typically kind of stick to is I would essentially start off with some sort of compound movement in the beginning, and then after that, kind of do more of for example, like if I was doing chest, kind of have you explained earlier, I would start off with the bench press and try to go somewhat heavy on it, and by heavy I mean 6 to 8 reps, where I could literally fail on the 7th rep if I, push myself. And after that, kind of do cable flies, and then after that, do dumbbell flies, and then after that, do push-ups or dips. Right, more of like I guess less stress on the joints type of exercises. Right. Doesn't look like it wants to go higher. In my opinion, I was expecting a bigger bounce off that 7. Yeah, same. That's what I'm doing now. Fire. Yeah, I think that's a good way to approach it, honestly. Maybe 3 times flat, 3 times incline, 2 dips, 2 cable flags for sure. Yeah, that's perfect. That's literally what I do. MES Boulder. Let me see. I do think we do have a giveaway today, chat. Let's see. It's that time of day where you listen to the song. If you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough and start dealing. Yeah, OPEX tomorrow might see some volatility end of day, but I do think we are stuck in this range for the next 30 minutes or so. Yeah, I agree. Especially if the 15-minute candle closes back into the range. If this candle closes green, I am literally hopping off at 12:15 and calling it a session. If we displace, if we displace lower, that might be a little different. But again, we have to displace lower. Shoot. Oh, there's one at 335, right? Swear. Sorry, chat. Figuring out logistics on airport times here. Like a 5-minute walk. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I think, yeah, chat, I do think I'm gonna have to end stream slightly earlier, probably in the next couple of minutes. But yeah, gonna wait and see how this 15-minute bar looks here. Why didn't you expect a short? Given, hold on, let me eat this. Let me eat this last egg, and I got you. The reason I don't expect shorts, or at least I'm not planning for it, is given this. Looking at the daily, right? We are essentially in a range, right? We are in a range. 4 hour is in a range, right? If we take the swing low to swing high, we are at discount of the range. We took out that swing low. The weekly profile has been rangy. We just took out the weekly high, created divergence with this other swing high on ES, and we traded down to the low, right? at discount of this higher time frame range. So we're ranging on the higher time frames, on the mid time frames, and although we are delivering bearish, the intraday profile is still ranging, right? Market open here, traded lower, traded higher to the upper end of the range, and we're currently at the lower end of the range. We're not really displacing past the swing low, although we are trading lower below it. I would anticipate it, especially if this candle closes green, I would anticipate it kind of coming back up higher and taking out all this low resistance liquidity run, if you want to call it, right? But again, I'm not open. I was open to the idea that if we displaced past the swing low, got some sort of potential lower high, I was open to a trade idea like such. But that never came. That hasn't came. So I am not pushing anything, right? I'm not looking to push on literally anything at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if we get speed and displacement towards the later end of market open. I am giga tilted. I'm setting stops above previous highs and going away by extensions that never fail. Yeah, it's literally because of where we are, honestly, Jordan, and it's where we are that we, in my opinion, I think I'm waiting for, I guess, price to invalidate my thesis on the upside for me to actually take shorts, right? I'm not trying to predict, although we are delivering bearish on the 4 hour, on the hourly. I'm taking context and profile into consideration and waiting for intraday action to align, meaning the intraday action is ranging. We're at the lower end of the range. So I'm just waiting for price to kind of validate that overall thesis for me to actually participate. Otherwise, not doing anything. Displacement, all that means is essentially a fair value gap, right? With speed. It's 12, it's approaching 12:15 chat. I think that, yeah, I think I'm gonna close it up here, chat. I think we do have a giveaway today, which let me see. One second, chat. Yeah, I think we could run a giveaway today, chat. Let me see. Okay, Mitch, yeah, I guess Mitch confirmed it as well. All right, Mitch. Mitch, are you on your computer? I know you did this for Jake. I haven't logged into my Stream Deck or whatever Streamlabs, and I would have to bother Jake about it. If you're on the computer, would you be able to run it? Run it for me. That way we could do it on Streamlabs. I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, this whole week I've been selecting. I've been on a selecting consistent viewers on stream. Okay, he just went ahead and opened it. Let's leave it open for the next 2 minutes. So we'll close it. We'll close it up in 2 minutes. Go ahead and hit exclamation point enter, and we will close it in the next 2 minutes. So I'm literally starting a timer here. Literally starting a timer.
for 2 minutes. Go ahead and enter away, chat. Enter away as I pack my belongings here. Never mind. All right, sorry, chat. I changed scene, but on my my travel setup, the scenes aren't updated, so it was muted. Sorry. So I said you guys have about 10 seconds left. All right. Cool. Okay, so giveaway is closed here. Go ahead and let's see. Select the winner, Mitch. Okay, Satbir Manko. Satbir Manko, have you won before, brother? Ah, shit. So he has one. Go ahead and select somebody else, Mitch. Please. Okay, so Arthur _ Mock. Have you won before? Thanks. Why you said why you remove me? Brother, I asked you if you won. You said yes. Oh shit. So you haven't won before. Wait, hold on. Let's backtrack, check. Have you won before or no? Okay, so shoot. They each get one. I didn't get one on my stream. Okay, fire. Okay, so since Mitch didn't get one of them, you both win, chat. So both of you guys are winners. Boom, easy. Problem fixed. You responded, yeah, you both DM Lomelli. Got you, brother. So both DM me. And again, Mitch, appreciate you, brother, for doing this. Really, I should get that set up. Thanks, guys. So Arthur _ Mock and Satbir Manko. Arthur and Satbir Manko, DM me on Instagram, and I got you guys with the 25K account. My guy, appreciate you, Mitch. Again, thank you for spilling over the last couple, or what was it, like
2 days ago and for doing this today. Appreciate you, brother. W Mitch in the chat. It was a celebration of winning a simple yeah. Yeah. Maybe you needed a couple more S's, my guy. Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm out of here, chat. I gotta run. I got a flight to catch. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Congrats. And again, thank you, Mitch. Appreciate you.